Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku decides to become villain part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story Salandra Wolfe from AO3. So let's start the video. A cold breeze caressed Izuku Midoriya's cheek, fluffing out his green hair and causing it to tickle his collar. Izuku absent-mindedly scratched at his neck, staring at the ground, some 50 feet below him. The tip of his red sneakers hung off the edge of the building, and somewhere far away, a dog began barking frantically amid the normal city noise. Izuku blinked back to the present when someone yelled from below, and he noticed a crowd had gathered below his resting point. Several people were gesturing frantically, others had pulled out their phone, some to call the police, others to film what would happen next. "Tch," Izuku muttered, narrowing his eyes at the crowd below. Typical. He stepped away from the ledge and instead descended the other side of the building, slowly his fall by jumping off the wall of the nearest building. He landed on the ground, quickly falling to his knees to absorb the energy before righting himself and setting off down the twists and turns of the alleyways, his mind focused on his destination and, more importantly, his mission. Finally, Izuku came to a halt in front of his childhood home, and pain emanated from his chest. He rubbed it harshly, scowling at the front door. "Bah, I don't want to do this," he thought, but nonetheless he stepped up to the doorstep and knocked on the door. As he waited, he glanced up and down the street, noticing the several missing posters littering the floor of the walkway. No doubt they had been hung up on poles and walls, but they had all long fallen off or been ripped from their rightful place. The only one that was still in one piece was the one positioned on the door in front of him. Izuku eyed it, taking in his own face, smiling back at him. Something about how happy he looked annoyed him, and he ripped it from the door, throwing it to the ground and stomping all over it until it ripped into tiny dirt-colored shreds. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," Izuku muttered, slamming his foot down on the flyer one more time for good measure. The door behind him creaked open, and he spun around, his face flushing as if he was a child caught with his hand on the cookie jar. 𝐀𝐦 Midoriya stood in the door frame, wearing a familiar pink apron. She had chocolate smudged on her face, and her mouth was propped open in shock. Hi, Mom," Izuku muttered, bringing up his hand to ruffle through his hair, only now thinking on his appearance. No doubt he looked like a lost homeless boy due to his wild hair and dirty clothes. He hadn't been too worried about it before, but now, staring into his sweet mother's face, he was suddenly ashamed. Izuku," 𝐀𝐦 croaked. Izuku only got a second's worth of warning before she fell backward into a dead faint. As her eyes rolled back in her head, Izuku moved fast, catching her before she even moved 2 inches. "Oh, Mom," he whispered, staring at his now knocked-out cold mother's face. "You never changed." A soft smile came unbidden to his face, and Izuku hauled his mother into his arms and carried her into the house, closing the door behind him. A surge of nostalgia came over him as he entered the premises, and he stopped to view the familiar home. It was the same as he'd left it 10 months ago. He sighed, although it sounded more like a growl, before bringing his mother to her room and setting her gently on the bed. "She'll come to in a few minutes," Izuku decided. He glanced toward the closed door that led to his room, the same All Might-themed nameplate staring back at him. His stomach gave a violent lurch, and he bit onto his lip so hard he tasted blood, but he advanced toward it nonetheless, resting his fingers on the door handle for a second too long before opening the door. A breath escaped his lips. "It's exactly the same," he whispered, looking around at his All Might paraphernalia. "She really thought I'd come back." He stepped into the room, seizing the nearest All Might figurine. "I guess she was right." He tightened his grip until the wood figurine began to crack, and after a couple moments it exploded into a bunch of tiny wood splinters, piercing his skin. He didn't even flinch as he dropped the toy, smiling in satisfaction as it fell onto the floor, splintering further at the impact. "But everything is different now," he whispered so quietly he almost couldn't hear it. "I'll need to do some renovating." Izuku had already taken a few steps into the room when he heard a noise from the other room. Mom, he whispered, shaking his head to clear out the dusty cobwebs of rage. He bounded into the other room and sank to his knees next to his mother's bed, a gentle smile coming to his face. "Izuku?" 𝐀𝐦 asked, her large green eyes blinking up at him from the bed. "Is that really you?" Izuku accepted the hand she held out to him. "Yes, Mom, it's me." Tears welled up in his mother's eyes, and she pressed his hand to her cheek, sobbing uncontrollably. Izuku stared at his mother, knowing he should be crying as well. After all, he hadn't seen his loving mother in 10 months. But the only emotion he could manage was detached happiness. "It's not like she ever believed in me either," he thought, and his eyebrows furrowed. He pulled back his hand from his mother, standing up instead. "Can you stand?" he asked, holding out his hand to help her up. She accepted it and straightened, peering up at him. "What happened to your face?" Her voice shook as she stood, and her hand raised to touch the large scar on the right side of his face. His hand moved as fast as lighting, catching her wrist before she was able to check it. "I fell," he said bluntly, pushing her hand away from his face. Remembering his manners, he wrapped his mother into a hug, holding her to his chest as she sobbed. "I suppose I would be upset too if my son disappeared for 10 months. She'd be even more upset if she knew what actually happened. It's best for her not to know." "Where were you?" she suddenly cried, pulling back and hitting him on the chest. "And you're so muscular now. Were you training to be a hero or something? I'd have hoped you'd." His mind finished the sentence for her, and he winced, opening his mouth to interrupt her before he could actually hear it out loud. "I told you, I fell. Then, I was taken by a group of minor villains." He shrugged, wincing internally. He wished he had a better explanation, but the only better excuse he had was the truth, and that would only worry her more. 𝐀𝐦 looked like she was about to have a heart attack, so Izuku raised his arms to stop her from freaking out. "It wasn't a big deal. They were minor villains, and a hero rescued me super fast. It just took me a long time to get back." He rubbed her back of his neck. "Since I hit my head, I had amnesia for a bit, which is why the hero couldn't get me back home sooner, but don't worry, it's all back now, which is why I'm here." He dropped his dopey smile and fixed her with a serious look. "I didn't mean to worry you, Mom. I promise I came back as soon as I could." 𝐀𝐦 stared up at him with tears in her eyes, and Izuku gritted his teeth behind his smile. "Oh, Izuku, that must have been awful," she suddenly crowed, waving her arms in the air. Come. I'll make your favorite meal, and you can sit on the couch and relax. Do you need a doctor? I think I'd better call a doctor, just in case. Your room is just how you left it, did you see? I just knew you'd come back eventually. There are cookies in the oven, they should be done by now. You can snack on one and watch TV while I make lunch. I think your favorite show is on right now. What was it called again? 𝐀𝐦 pushed Izuku toward the kitchen, talking a mile a minute. Despite how annoying it was, he couldn't help but smile at her high energy. He had missed her, even if there was a part of him that never wanted to see her again. Mom, stop. He held up his hands and planted his feet into the ground, stopping her from moving forward. I'm not going to be staying here for long. Tears immediately popped into her eyes again, and she grabbed at her apron, her expression morphing into anguish. Don't tell me you're leaving for another 10 months. You can't do that to me, Izuku. My heart can't take it anymore. Izuku grimaced and waved his hands in the air. No, that's not what I meant at all. I'll just be gone for a couple hours. Once I finish the exams, I'll be back, I promise. Exams? Izuku examined his mother's quizzical expression for a moment before dropping his shoulders and sighing. He had hoped he wouldn't need to explain, but he had to. After all, he was still a minor, and he needed her permission to do anything. Anything legal, that is. UA's entrance exams are today, Mom. I still plan on going. Izuku only had a second to prepare before his mother started slapping his chest, her normally innocent face morphing into pure rage. You just got back from getting kidnapped and losing your memory, and you're going to go to UA's entrance exams? Are you crazy? 𝐬𝐡𝐤 bore her blows, which felt like smacks from a butterfly's wings, and stared at her until she finished her tirade. She slunk into the kitchen and slammed open the oven before tossing the cookie tray onto the counter rather aggressively. Approaching his mother where she now stood leaning over the kitchen table, 𝐬𝐡𝐤 rested a hand on her shoulder. Of course I am, Mom. You know this has always been my dream. Besides, a hero saved my life. If there's anything that I can do to be like them, I'll do it. The speech left a sour taste in his mouth, but he covered it with a smile. But you don't have to worry so much. I know I'll never be a hero. The words spat forth from his lips, and he couldn't help the scowl that crossed his features. I'm aiming for one of their other programs. I don't care which one. I just want to be close to the heroes. 𝐴𝐻𝐸 straightened, turning her wet eyes on her son, hope shining from within. You're not going to be a hero. 𝐬𝐡𝐤 shook his head firmly. You were right, Mom. They were all right. I can't be a hero without a quirk. He looked away to disguise the rage twisting his expression. But that's okay. I'll do the next best thing. 𝐴𝐻𝐸 launched himself at him, wrapping him firmly in her arms. He patted her back uncertainly as he stared at the door, longing to throw himself out of it and back onto the rooftops as he'd done so many times in the last 10 months. He longed, more than anything else, to be free. Oh, my son is going to do great things. 𝐴𝐻𝐸 crowed, pulling back and wiping at her face. She bustled away from 𝐬𝐡𝐤, and he watched as she shoved a few still warm cookies into a paper bag. Here, she said, holding the bag out to him. Snack on these while you go. I know you'll do great. 𝐬𝐡𝐤 stared at the bag of cookies before shifting his eyes to his mother's face, completely scrunched up into the biggest smile he could imagine. She looked so happy and proud. Why couldn't she react like this when I wanted to be a hero? 𝐬𝐡𝐤 swallowed the words and took the bag. Thanks, he muttered, turning toward the door. I'm going now. I can't be late. Good luck. Don't get lost. 𝐴𝐻𝐸 followed him to the door. When he had it partly open, she launched herself onto him again, squeezing him so tight it almost knocked him off balance. Please come back, she whispered into his ear. I will, he promised. I don't really have a choice. He raised a hand in farewell before setting off down the path, taking the road he knew so well, the road to UA. His carefree smile slid off his face, and he scowled down at his shoes as he thought about what was to come. It wasn't as scientific and perfect as he wanted it to be, but it was the best plan they had so far. He scratched at his hand, digging out the splinters of the All Might figurine from under his skin. Everything depended on one thing, his acceptance to UA. Shouldn't be a problem. Not even if I have to kill everyone on the committee to get it. 𝐬𝐡𝐤 stared up at the entrance to UA, a strange emotion swirling in his stomach. He had come here on many an occasion to watch the heroes and students filtering in and out of the building. He had always longed to go to this school, to the point where his entire life depended on it. But now that he was here, standing in front of it, he just wanted to go home. Not home to his mother, no, that wasn't home anymore. Home where? Someone bumped into him, and he stumbled, watching the ground rush up at him. Curses, he scolded himself. I got too caught up in my thoughts again. He really should have noticed the girl before she crashed into him. Getting lost in his head was a weakness he had been trying his hardest to overcome, but it looked like he hadn't defeated it completely. He prepared himself to tuck and roll to stop his fall, but suddenly found himself feeling weightless. What the? He twisted to look at his feet, just now noticing he wasn't even touching the ground. I'm floating. 𝐬𝐡𝐤's eyes widened, and an involuntary screech left his mouth. What? This is someone's quirk. The girl who bumped into me. 𝐬𝐡𝐤 turned slowly to see a rather cute brown-haired girl staring at him, blushing furiously. I'm so sorry. For bumping into you, I mean. And using my quirk on you. Oh, I'm just a mess. Izuku chuckled, twisting himself so he was upright, and the girl pressed her fingers together. He fell to the ground straight onto his feet, the weight of gravity suddenly affecting him once again. Is that your quirk? Izuku gestured to himself. Yes. It's called zero gravity. I can make anything I touch float. She smiled wide and tilted her head, her face practically glowing. That's so cool. Izuku practically shouted, his own face rushing with warmth. No doubt he was blushing like an idiot. Well, thank you for saving me. He looked down at the bag of cookies his mother had handed to him. He thrust the bag out in her direction. Here, want one? They're still warm. Boo! She leaned over the bag and picked out one of the cookies, immediately taking a bite. Thanks, she said, her mouth full of chocolate. Wow, these are so good. Izuku smiled wide. You think so? My mom made them this morning. He took a cookie for himself, biting into it gingerly. The familiar taste of his mother's cooking flooded his senses, and his eyes widened. He'd forgotten how much he missed eating homemade food. Well, tell your mom she makes wonderful cookies. The girl finished eating and licked the rest of the chocolate off her fingers. I will, I'm sure she'll be glad to hear that. Izuku popped the rest of his cookie into his mouth and swallowed quickly before holding out his hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya. She accepted his handshake, her grip comfortable in his palm. Ichoko Uraraka. Nice to meet you, Uraraka. He bowed to her once again, just for good measure, and was rewarded with a giggle. You too, Izuku. She tilted her head and gestured to the building. Well, I better get going. I don't want to be late. Izuku nodded and watched her run in the building, his eyebrows narrowing at her exit. With her quirk, she'll probably get accepted into the hero course. It's a good thing I met her. Best to start making friends sooner rather than later. Izuku shrugged and fished out another cookie from the bag, walking languidly toward the school. I should probably focus on the actual exams first. Friends won't matter if I don't even get in. After finishing the last of the delicious cookies, he tossed the bag into the nearest trash can and entered the testing room, where he was directed to his seat. Deep in thought, he didn't even notice who he was sitting next to until the familiar voice boomed in his ear. Deku! Where have you been? The entire neighborhood has been looking for you for months, and you have the audacity to show up now? Izuku slowly swiveled to face him, watching Bakugo's eyes widen as the scar on the right side of Izuku's face came into view. Why do you care? He asked, his voice flat. He could tell the lack of energy surprised Bakugo in the way his eyes narrowed. We're not friends, right, Kaken? He spat out the nickname, narrowing his eyes and adjusting his aura to be threatening. Bakugo leaned back, no doubt unconsciously. What happened to your face? You look even uglier than you did before, nerd. A wry smile twisted Izuku's lips, but he didn't say what he wanted to out loud. None of your business. He gazed back to the front, uninterested in hearing whatever Bakugo would say next. Of course the two of them would sit together. Fate was really just that cruel. For every second Izuku sat there, the more his fists clenched, his nails reopening the splinter wounds from earlier. He regulated his breathing in an attempt to keep his rage in check. No matter how much he wanted to or how much Bakugo deserved it, getting into a fight would only result in both of them getting kicked out. Later, Bakugo, later, he promised himself as he briefing closed his eyes, calming, if only for a moment, the violent urge to knock Bakugo's teeth out here and now. I'll deal with you later. Bakugo, however, had other ideas. Seizing Izuku's collar, he hauled him a few inches off his feet, sticking his face close to Izuku's. Well, this is familiar, Izuku thought briefly. His hand hovered over his belt, his fingers barely brushing one of the many knives he kept there. If Bakugo threw the first punch, Izuku would defend himself. Surely everyone would see Bakugo was the one to start and escalate the fight, and Izuku himself wouldn't be punished for defending himself. Let's not be so optimistic. Answer me, Deku. Bakugo roared, his spittle flying onto Izuku's face. What, you think you can just ignore me? I could kill you right now if I wanted. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 narrowed his eyes, keeping his face blank otherwise. My name is 𝐻𝐡𝐚 𝐍𝐸. His voice was steady, as it had never been before in the face of 𝗵𝘃𝐻's bullying. And you will address me as such. The two stared at each other, angry eyes peering into calm. But 𝐻𝐡𝐚's hand still hovered over the knife, his fingers now firmly pressed onto the handle. Excuse me. Someone yelled from nearby, and the two of them turned to see a blue-haired, glasses-wearing boy staring at them disapprovingly. There will be no talking. President Mike is about to begin the presentation. Don't tell me what to do, glasses. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 immediately dropped 𝐻𝐡𝐚 and turned to yell at the newcomer instead. I'm so sorry. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 gushed, waving his arms to catch the other boy's attention. We'll be quiet, I promise. Grabbing 𝗵𝘃𝐻's shoulder, he pushed him down until his legs buckled, seating him on the chair. So sorry, he said one last time, waving at the boy once more before sitting down himself. If you don't want to get kicked out, you should calm down, he told 𝗵𝘃𝐻, his voice quiet and somewhat threatening. I know UA is your dream school. I can't have him causing any more trouble. I don't want to get disqualified because of him. What's with you, nerd? 𝗵𝘃𝐻 sneered at him, his lips curled up dramatically. You're acting so weird. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 shrugged. I'm just not letting you bully me anymore, that's all. Just then, the lights dimmed, and President Mike came to the stand, speaking in his signature cadence. The sound of his voice filled the hall, echoing off the walls. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 listened intently while scanning the room. There were so many potential heroes here. No doubt all of them had quirks. While UA had recently lifted their ban on quirkless people attending the school, no one had had the guts to actually try yet. President Mike explained the practical exam. They would have 10 minutes to defeat as many robotic villains as they could, each assigned a different point value. Whoever scored the most points would have a higher likelihood of getting into the school. No doubt there's some sort of secret point system for heroic deeds, 𝐻𝐡𝐚 thought, right as President Mike explained that you were not allowed to fight the other students. If there was, they wouldn't tell you about it, because they want to see if you actually have the heart of a hero. In a perfect world, that would be all that matters. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 eyed 𝗵𝘃𝐻's angry expression as he stared intently at President Mike. The same blue-haired kid who had yelled at them earlier stood up and asked questions, causing 𝗵𝘃𝐻's eyebrows to twitch in annoyance. If that was how it worked, he would fail. But of course that isn't going to happen. He'll get in on raw talent alone, regardless of how horrible he truly is. TCH. It's disappointing. In addition, the boy with the blue hair said. You with the unkempt hair. He swiveled around and pointed right at 𝐻𝐡𝐚. 𝐻𝐡𝐚's eyebrows rose, and his face flushed as all eyes in the room turned on him. You've been mumbling to yourself this entire time. Stop that. The rest of us are trying to concentrate. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 bit back a sarcastic retort and instead said, sorry, so sorry. He rubbed the back on his neck, smiling sheepishly. I didn't realize. President Mike went on to answer the question the blue-haired boy had asked, and he sat down. I don't like that kid, 𝐻𝐡𝐚 thought, glaring at the back of his head intently. He's so arrogant. Like 𝗵𝘃𝐻, except less aggressive about it. Self-righteous people make me sick. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 shook his head, shaking the thoughts loose from his head. In reality, it was a good thing the boy had said something. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 had a bad habit of talking to himself out loud even when he didn't realize it. It was part of his weakness of getting lost in his thoughts. That was something he needed to overcome. Luckily it didn't seem like 𝗵𝘃𝐻 had heard anything, as probably he would have attempted to kill 𝐻𝐡𝐚 on the spot if he had. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 clamped his teeth over his tongue in an effort to make sure he wouldn't actually say anything out loud, sighing softly. Old habits die hard, he acknowledged. President Mike directed them to the cards that had been handed to them upon entering the room, as they would direct them which battle arena to go to. I see. They've split up people in the same middle school so we can't team up with our friends, 𝗵𝘃𝐻 muttered, staring at his card. 𝐻𝐡𝐚 glanced at the blonde boy's card, noticing that while their numbers were right after the other, they were assigned to different groups. He grunted. This was better than the alternative. If they were in the same arena together, no doubt 𝗵𝘃𝗀 would attempt to sabotage 𝐬𝐸𝐸 in some way, potentially forcing him to defend himself. As 𝐬𝐸𝐸 didn't plan to do anything to draw attention to himself, it was best for them to be separated. I was really looking forward to crushing you, 𝗵𝘃𝗀 growled, and 𝐬𝐸𝐸 smiled. Me too, he thought. Luckily for you, that's not part of the plan. Plus ultra. President Mike yelled, and with that, the gathering was over. 𝐬𝐸𝐸 quickly slipped out of his seat and followed his group to their battle arena, avoiding any more interactions with 𝗵𝘃𝗀. Really, it was best for the both of them that they avoided each other as much as possible, at least for now. After a few minutes, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 stood with a group of students in front of the gates leading into a giant battle arena. Wow, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 thought, biting hard on his tongue to make sure he wasn't mumbling. UA has more than one of these. This place is huge. And very well funded. He raked his eyes over the gathering of students, noting which ones were in his group. He only recognized two of them, the girl from outside the school, and the blue-haired boy who'd told him to be quiet during the assembly. 𝐬𝐸𝐸 smiled and wormed his way through the crowd to 𝐬𝐸𝐸𝐸's side. Hi, he said, glancing down at her. She wasn't wearing any special gear, like some of the others in the crowd were. Hello, she said, bouncing up and down. Her face tensed, and she looked him up and down. Are you planning on fighting in that? She asked. 𝐬𝐸𝐸 looked down at his dirty and loose clothes. Shoot, I should have changed back at home. I really couldn't look any less like UA material. I don't plan on fighting, he admitted. I'm not really suited to fighting. Her eyebrows rose. Oh, so you're going for general studies? Or maybe business? 𝐬𝐸𝐸 shrugged. One of those. Whichever they think I'm more suited for. I assume you're going for the hero course? Yes. It's always been my dream to be a hero. Seeing the fire in her eyes made 𝐬𝐸𝐸 nostalgic. But that didn't matter anymore. His dreams had been crushed a long time ago. I wish you the best of luck then. What are you waiting for? President Mike called from behind them, and 𝐬𝐸𝐸 turned to see him standing on top of a large towers outside of the arena walls. Real battles don't have countdowns. The gates creaked open, and when 𝐬𝐸𝐸 turned around, everyone else was gone, already deep inside the fake city fighting villains. Tucking his hands into his pocket, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 crept into the city, dodging any wayward robots or hero attacks. When he found the tallest building in the city, he began to scale to the top of it, using two of his knives to help him grip onto the surface. After a short time, he stood on the top of the building, the cold air once again stirring his hair. So familiar, he thought, staring down at the hero wannabes fighting robots far below. 3 minutes left. President Mike announced. Behind him, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 heard a loud crash, and he spun around in a crouch, peering over the edge of the roof. The gigantic robot President Mike had spoken about during the presentation appeared above the skyline, and kids scrambled out of the way. Worth 0 points, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 muttered, allowing himself to talk out loud since he was alone. Just an obstacle to avoid. Baffling, really, since all villains should be taken down in a fight. He settled onto his heels. The gigantic robot wouldn't be able to see him where he was sitting, and besides, the battle was almost over anyway. 𝐬𝐸𝐸 stretched, wishing the test would be over sooner. It was rather boring, simply sitting up here. Ah! Help, someone shrieked, and 𝐬𝐸𝐸 peered over the edge of the building, seeing 𝐬𝐸𝐸𝐸 trapped under a pile of rubble. The giant robot loomed over her, its sights set on her. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to get free before it stepped on her and crushed her. 𝐬𝐸𝐸 stood and examined the streets, searching for anyone that would help her, but the street was completely empty, understandably so. 𝐬𝐸𝐸 looked toward the tower peeking out from behind the walls. Surely the faculty wouldn't allow a student to get hurt or even killed during the entrance exams? Actually, I don't doubt that they would, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 realized. He straightened to his full height and pulled a special knife from the pockets lining the vest he wore under his shirt. The chain connected to it jangled as it fell to the floor. How inconvenient. Izuku sighed. I wasn't supposed to do anything to draw attention to myself. He swung the chain, causing the knife to hum through the air beside him. With a flick of his wrist, the knife launched through the sky and stabbed perfectly into the side of the gigantic robot's head. Without a second thought, he jumped off the edge of the building, using the chain to swing onto the robot's shoulder. He landed lightly, the knife on the other side of the chain clutched in his hand. Hey, he yelled, straightening and waving his arm to get the robot's attention. Its face turned toward him very slowly, and Izuku yanked his other knife out of the side of its head. When the robot fully faced him, Izuku threw a different knife into one of the rockets stored in the thing's head, hoping this would anger it enough to take its attention off Uraraka. The rocket instantly exploded, and Izuku covered his face as debris showered outward. The robot emitted a screeching noise as its head snapped backward, and Izuku shifted slightly to keep his balance before dodging out of the way of the giant fist the robot flung at him. Unfortunately for the giant, it hadn't been created to be very bright or fast, and the automaton's own fist crashed into its face, causing another giant dent. The robot stumbled backward, almost knocking Izuku off his feet, but he threw another knife into the other side of its head, swinging himself onto its back. Wires, wires, cut the wires, Izuku chanted to himself, using quick and fluid motions to cut all the wires he could get his hands on. Loud grinding noises echoed through the battlefield as various mechanisms inside the machine ground to a halt. The giant robot lifted its arm to pluck Izuku off its back, but he ignored the approaching danger to instead study what he could see inside the robot's head. As the robot was huge, Izuku could fit his entire body into the cavity of its head with plenty room to spare. Master Chip, where could you be?" Izuku asked, darting his eyes around, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Realistically, the smart thing to do would be to put the chip in the most armored part of the robot, like the chest, but as humans were obsessed with themselves, they were most often placed in the same place as the human brain, the head. Finally, a cluster of shiny, rectangular chips caught Izuku's gaze, and he grinned. "Found you," he whispered before swinging one of his knives toward it, cutting through them all with a single swipe. The knife got stuck in a mass of electronics next to the master chip, and Izuku grinned. The robot he stood on froze, and Izuku heard the electrical hum of machinery cease as gears ground to a halt around him. Gravity seemed to flip, launching his stomach into his mouth, and Izuku began to float as the robot fell from beneath him, hurtling toward the city floor. Quickly, he pulled his knife out from the machinery and launched himself out of the cranial cavity, scraping his shoulder against the metal casing in the process. Izuku didn't even notice as his sleeve ripped clean off his shirt, fluttering down to the ground below. Twisting around, Izuku watched as the robot crashed to the ground, its large size making it fall much faster than his own small frame. "I can see why you were 0 points, Izuku whispered, although the wind from his fall threw the words away from his ears. "Defeating you was easy." Knife in hand, Izuku began to toss it toward the nearest building to slow his fall, only barely managing to stop it before it sliced right through Uraraka's face, who suddenly floated next to him. "Whoa!" Izuku yelped, catching the knife on the chain and pulling it back to his side. "How did you get here so fast?" He looked down, suddenly noticing he was now floating gently to the ground instead of the rampant free fall he would have expected. He took in her hand pressed against his arm, suddenly realizing why she was here. She was there to save him. Typical hero. "My quirk," she explained, her voice light and airy, as if she had just ran a mile. "You saved me. I couldn't just let you fall." Izuku blushed at the praise. "Oh, it was nothing really. I didn't want you to get hurt, and I didn't see anyone else nearby." "Me neither. I thought I was a goner for sure." Uraraka swept a shaking hand through her hair. "Thank you, Izuku. That was very heroic of you." The words caused Izuku's face to twitch, and his grip on his knife tightened. He slipped his knives back into their scabbards as a way to stall for time before he responded. "Of course. I'd do it again in a heartbeat." She blushed, which was a very cute look on her. "I thought you said you weren't suited to fighting." Izuku shrugged. I didn't really have a choice. Sorry. Not your fault. Did you defeat any other robots? She asked, glancing toward where the giant robot lay on its back, having crushed many buildings on its way down. That one wasn't worth any points. From the pout of her lips, he could tell she thought it was unfair. Izuku brushed off his clothes, subtly checking his knife vest with the motion. He had only lost one knife during the fight. A tragedy really, as they were so expensive to make, but he supposed it couldn't be helped. He frowned as he fingered the torn edge of his shirt where his sleeve used to be. The black of his long-sleeved battle shirt was exposed now, a little scuffed, but otherwise in one piece. It's good I was wearing this. Probably would have gotten hurt otherwise. But I shouldn't have needed it. I should have been faster. Remembering Uraraka had asked him a question, he responded with, no. Just the one. I hope I was right about the rescue points. She seemed distressed, but a loud blare interrupted her before she could speak, signaling the end of the battle. Peculiar, Izuku muttered. I could have sworn it took longer than 3 minutes. The streets filled with noise as the students began to file out of the testing center, some speaking to the others about how they had done. A huge screen lit up on the walls of the testing center, showing the points accrued for this group. At the very bottom of the screen sat Izuku's picture, with a bold 0 shining next to it. They finally reached the ground, and the full weight of gravity landed on Izuku's shoulders, causing them to curve slightly. You got 0 points. Uraraka muttered, staring at the screen with her hands clasped in front of her. No big deal. I don't want to be in the hero course, remember? Izuku shrugged and shoved his hands back into his pockets. Well, I best be off. I need to get out of here before people start asking questions. I really shouldn't have exposed my knives, but it's not like that's enough to give me away. Besides, it might actually work out better this way. If I'm right about the rescue points, I'm guaranteed to get in now. Izuku bowed to Uraraka and walked away before she could utter another word, not even so much as a goodbye. Perhaps it was rude, but he really couldn't answer any more of her questions. As he exited the arena, he stared up at the 0 following his name. I hope that was worth it. Izuku stared at the water rushing down the basin as it faded from bright red, to pink, to clear. He shook off his hands and dried his hand, his mind blank as he secured his signature wraps around his forearms once again. They were a little too tight to be comfortable, but he left them that way, pausing for a moment to stare into the mirror as his heartbeat echoed loud in his fingertips. His long green hair had been tamed and cut by his mother, and he'd gotten a hang of regularly washing himself once more. He wore a loose short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, both of which had been bought by his mother a few days before. His old wardrobe had far too many All Might imagery pasted all over them, and Izuku had refused to wear them. So, as a sort of welcome home gift, 𝐀𝐦 Midoriya had taken her son shopping to replenish his now almost empty room. Izuku was sure his mother didn't know what he'd done with the All Might figurines, posters, and books, and he preferred to keep it that way. Best not to tell her anything, he thought, reaching for the door handle in the bathroom, his eyes still on his reflection. Since returning home, the bags under his eyes had only grown larger. At least here I don't have to pretend to be happy. Izuku bowed his head and sighed as he exited the bathroom. Here is home. Izuku's head snapped up as he nearly ran into Toga, who stood directly outside of the bathroom door, a creepy smile pasted on her face. Hi, Izuku, she said, her voice soft and sultry. Are you bleeding? Izuku glanced toward his wraps. None of your business, Toga. I'm not in the mood. He pushed past her and walked toward the main area, already annoyed by her antics. Come on, Izuku, you know I love your blood. It's just so delicious, unlike any other. She skipped alongside him, her bright and chipper voice giving him a headache. Maybe later. She sighed expressively before bouncing in front of him and blocking his entrance into the main room, her sharp teeth gleaming as she grinned. Fine. But Izuku, you should know. There's a message in there for you. It's from UA. Izuku's eyes widened, and his lips parted as he gasped. Out of the way, he commanded, and Toga obediently opened the door, allowing him entry. Bounding into the room, Izuku took in the sight of Shigaraki, Kurohige, and twice crowding around something sitting the table. "What's going on?" Izuku asked, although Toga had already told him. She skipped over to the bar, sitting down and picking up a drink. "Your letter from UA has arrived," a deep, growling voice explained. It came from the computer screen behind Kurohige. They all swiveled toward it as the voice of All for One, their master, came through the tiny speakers. "Open it, Izuku." Izuku stepped toward the bar, and the others backed away, their gazes expectant. A simple, unassuming letter sat on the table, the only sign it was from UA being the wax seal with the school's symbol pressed into it. Izuku slid his fingers under the wax seal, breaking it cleanly. His heart barely beating, he pulled a simple disc from the letter. "A projection disc," twice whispered. "Set it down, it'll make a projection." Izuku complied, and the device hummed before a hologram shot out of it, projecting All Might's face into the air. The others gasped, but Izuku's eyes narrowed. "You were right. He is teaching at UA this year," Izuku said, looking past All Might's face to the screen where All for One was watching. "Indeed. He no doubt plans to find a successor." The others murmured amongst themselves, and Izuku turned his attention back to the projection as All Might explained that while he had passed the written exam, he had failed the practical. No surprise there, Izuku thought. "I wasn't supposed to score any points on the practical, but if they look at my grades and the essay I wrote, they should—" "Wait, what?" On screen, All Might showed a video of Uraraka asking for some of her points to be transferred to Izuku, as he had saved her life and not been able to score any point for himself in the process. Wow, he thought, unable to string together more words than that. If the exam was scored just on villain points, you would have gotten 0 points. But there is another point system we didn't tell you about. Rescue points. All Might stepped to the side and showed the scoreboard behind him that included rescue points this time. 60 points. Twice crowed. "That's awesome, Izuku." "No, it's not. Guess you were right to save that girl after all." "A tactical decision," Kurohige acknowledged, his eyes fixed on Izuku. "Did you know, Izuku?" He shrugged. "I thought there might be something like that involved in the test. It was the only reason I stepped in to save that girl. I figured I'd make my chances of getting in even better." "Quiet," Shigaraki commanded, and the room got silent just as All Might said. "Under ordinary circumstances, we would accept you into the hero course. However, seeing as you don't have a quirk, and it would be impossible for you to keep up with the other students, we've decided to place you in general studies. Once at UA, you will be able to work with the support and business courses to see if you'd like to transfer to either of those. UA is lucky to have a bright young man such as you. Plus Ultra." The device let out one final hum before the image vanished. Izuku stared at the ground, his left hand clutching his right forearm. "Seeing as you don't have a quirk, would be impossible to keep up, bright young man." All Might's words echoed in Izuku's head, and he clamped his eyes shut, regulating his breathing through his clenched teeth. "You did it!" Toga yelled, jumping onto Izuku and squeezing him tight. "You're the best. You're the worst." Twice joined in on the impromptu group hug, and Izuku's eyes snapped open, his hand immediately clutching one of his knives. "Get off of him!" Kurohige commanded, and the two villains immediately jumped off Izuku, bowing and apologizing furiously. "You okay?" Kurohige asked, his eyes narrowed. He didn't really have an expression, but Izuku could have sworn he looked concerned. He nodded shortly even as his nails dug into the wrap covering his arm, dull pain echoing up to his brain from the area. "Izuku," All for One called, and he forced himself to look up, staring into the camera on the top of the computer. "You've done well. Everything has gone exactly according to plan. I am sorry for doubting your actions during the entrance exams." Izuku bowed. "That's okay. It was quite the bluff. I'm glad my risk paid off. Remember, Izuku. You are to never draw a knife again without your mask." We cannot have anyone connecting you to the League of Villains. Of course. In fact, I'd recommend not wearing your knife vest anymore. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 lowered his head to stare at the ground, his breath shortening at the thought. Whatever you want, master, he finally got out. Good. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 stared at his brand new red sneakers, the pain from his forearm sharpening as his grip tightened, the condemning stares of his comrades practically burning into his skin. He closed his eyes, sucking in other breath through his teeth as he waited for All for One to dismiss him. You may go, 𝐬𝐻𝐸. I'm proud of you, All for One said. Now, Shigaraki. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 didn't hear the rest as he mechanically turned and headed out of the room, his sights set solely on his shoes. Where are you going? Toga hissed, sidling up to him so All for One couldn't hear. Bathroom, 𝐬𝐻𝐸 muttered. But you just came from there. Turns out I wasn't finished. He turned his gaze away so he couldn't catch her hungry grin, instead focusing on his hand as he opened the door and stumbled away from the bar, away from All Might and his condemning words. I got into UA. My entire life, this is all I've ever wanted. And yet, even now, it isn't enough. I'm not enough. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 slammed through the bathroom door and shut it just as gently, planting his palms onto the side of the basin and staring into the mirror, his eyes reflecting the panic he felt within. They are so gonna regret this, footsteps echoed all around him as 𝐬𝐻𝐸 Midoriya trudged down the hallway of UA, his mouth drawn into a scowl. He kept his head down and his hood up as he navigated the halls, lost deep in his thoughts of what was to come. Not enough time, he muttered, tugging on the ends of his arm wraps. His fingertips brushed the handle of the knife stored on his belt, hastily shoved into place that morning. Sure, All for One had said not to take his knives to school, but this was just an ordinary knife, with its sheath latched onto an ordinary belt. Surely All for One wouldn't begrudge 𝐬𝐻𝐸 having at least one knife on him. For protection. Out of my way, I'm going to blast it open, a familiar voice echoed down the hall, and 𝐬𝐻𝐸 turned the corner, lifting his head to survey the scene. The entire class of 1A stood outside of their classroom door, no doubt locked. Bakugo tried to shoulder his way to the front of the group, his hands outstretched as if he would rip the door from its hinges, but a few brave souls held him back. Stop it. Are you crazy? Damaging school property is illegal, someone else yelled. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 glanced that way, realizing it was the blue-haired kid from the entrance exam, shaking his head very disapprovingly. 𝐬𝐻𝐸's lip curled as he rolled his eyes. Great. Now I have to deal with the two of them, he thought. Just my luck. Please, can we just all calm down? I'm sure Mr. Aizawa will be here any minute. A pink-colored girl with horns said as she wrung her hands. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 approached calmly, brushing the hood off of his head and straightening his spine, a smile slowly forming on his face. Shut up. It's his fault he's not here on time. Bakugo yelled, his face turning red as he strained against the students. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 was surprised he hadn't already blasted through his classmates. Perhaps he did have some semblance of control. But only toward people with quirks. The thought made 𝐬𝐻𝐸's lip curl, but his expression quickly smoothed out. Are you guys waiting for Eraserhead? I passed him a bit ago, he should be here any second. He should have been able to figure out how to bust through the lock I put on the teacher's lounge by now. Everyone in the class turned toward him, and 𝐬𝐻𝐸 swore Bakugo's eyes almost fell out of his head. Then that telltale vein in his forehead began to twitch, and 𝐬𝐻𝐸 knew he was about to blow his top. He braced for impact, only to be hit with something much more pleasant instead. 𝐬𝐻𝐸. You made it. Uraraka launched herself onto 𝐬𝐻𝐸, hugging him tight. He staggered backward, his eyes widening as his brain struggled to keep up with her actions. Before he could even so much as think to hug her back, she withdrew. Sorry, she said, tucking an errant strand of hair behind her ear, her face a bright red. I shouldn't have attacked you like that. I'm just glad to see you got in. 𝐬𝐻𝐸 smiled, his own face burning. It's okay. I'm happy you got in too. You definitely deserve it. He hesitated, his eyes scanning the group of kids staring at them. They told me what you did. Thank you. She nodded, staring at the ground as she shuffled the tip of her boot into the floor. It was almost a sweet moment, or it would have been if 𝐬𝐻𝐬 hadn't found himself flying through the air and slamming into the wall, his head ringing at the impact. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 opened his eyes to see 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻's red and angry face shoved right up next to his. He had expected the blow, but it still hurt. Deku? 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻 yelled, his spit flying onto 𝐬𝐻𝐬's face, and he almost gagged. Gross. How did you get into UA? You're a quirkless loser. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 paused for a moment to suck in a breath through his nose and exhale it through his mouth, pressing his eyes closed in the process. Composure. You're supposed to be a hero, going to a hero school. Don't lash out. Yes, thank you for reminding me, and everyone else. He opened one eye to peer at 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻. For your information, I got into general studies, so you can stop feeling emasculated. I do not feel. 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻's lips tightened, and 𝐬𝐻𝐬 fought the urge to smirk. He didn't know what the word meant. It means, he supplied helpfully, but 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻 cut him off. I know what it means. All right, just trying to help. What is going on here? The voice boomed down the hall, and 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻 turned his head slowly, angry sneer still written all over his face. The class behind him chittered, and 𝐬𝐻𝐬 himself recognized the voice. Eraserhead strolled down the hallway, his tired eyes staring at them over his binding cloth. 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻, right? What are you doing to your fellow classmate? He is not a fellow classmate. He's quirkless. 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻 released 𝐬𝐻𝐬, and he landed so hard his knees buckled, toppling him over. He grunted as he fell, and 𝐸𝐸 rushed forward to help him up. He's wearing a UA uniform. You go to this school, don't you? Eraserhead directed the question at 𝐬𝐻𝐻, and he nodded. General Studies, sir, he replied, saluting, although he wasn't sure why. It just felt natural. Eraserhead's eyebrows furrowed. General Studies, what are you doing all the way over here? You're on the wrong side of the school. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 ducked his head. I'll admit I got lost, sir. This school is rather big. Eraserhead sighed. Well, you're going to be late to class. I guess I'll write a note. He looked over his students. Does anyone here know where the general studies classrooms are? The blue-haired kid's hand shot up, and everyone else looked at each other. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 made eye contact with 𝐸𝐸, but she shrugged. Great. You'll take him to his class. Come back immediately, no loitering. Sir, yes sir. The blue-haired kid nodded, and 𝐬𝐻𝐻 almost groaned out loud. This is not how I imagined this going. You. Eraserhead pointed at 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐻. I will deal with you later. The rest of you, into the classroom. The students followed Eraserhead into the classroom, although he exited almost immediately with a written note. Give this to your teacher, Eraserhead instructed. And don't be late again. That sort of behavior won't be tolerated here. I'm only giving you this free pass because it's your first day. Yes, sir. It won't happen again, I promise. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 smiled at him and gripped the note tightly in his fingers. Thank you. Eraserhead only grunted, waving his hand as he turned back to the classroom. Right this way, the blue-haired kid instructed, waving down the hall. He started forward at a brisk pace, and 𝐬𝐻𝐻 followed, wondering if he could somehow lose the kid. No, I'm here to make friends, not enemies. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 sighed and picked up the pace to match the other guys. Hi, I don't think I've learned your name. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Tenya Ida. Ida stopped and held out his hand, and Izuku placed his own into Ida's large grip. The handshake was short, firm, and to the point. Exactly like Ida himself. Nice to meet you. You too. Izuku beamed and bounced alongside Ida. Are you excited to be going to UA? It's the best school in the entire world. I didn't think I would be able to get in. Ida stared at him, unsmiling. Stop it. Don't downplay yourself like that. Izuku slowed his step, his smile freezing. What do you mean? I saw what you did during the entrance exams. How you saved that girl. You were guaranteed to get in. Ida's eyes narrowed. What I don't understand is why you didn't try. You might have been able to get into the hero course if you had actually defeated any enemies worth any points, but I didn't see you even attempt to. Izuku blinked. He was sharp, and so very observant. I'll have to watch out for him. Yeah, well, I knew it didn't really matter how I did on the test. How so? My entire life, I've always dreamed of being a hero. Izuku tilted his head, surveying the halls with distant eyes. This school has always been my dream school. But the thing is, there isn't a single hero who doesn't have a quirk. And I, unfortunately, was not blessed with one. So you see, it didn't matter if I did well on the test, because I will never be a hero. I see. Ida nodded shortly, a hand lingering on his chin. Well, just because you can't be hero, doesn't mean you can't help the hero cause. And that's why I still went to the entrance exam. Izuku grinned, injecting a bounce into his step once again. I figured I'd try to get into one of the other courses. And I did. So it's okay, because in the end, I'll still be able to get what I want. Despite not having a quirk, you are very good at combat. I can see how you would have an inherent disadvantage against someone with a quirk, but you should still be impressed with how far you've come. In addition, you are the first person without a quirk to be admitted into this school. That is something to be proud of. Thank you. Izuku smiled softly, surprised to see Ida's earnest eyes fixed directly on him for once. Perhaps the stoic boy did have a heart somewhere under all that formality. I agree with you. He dipped his head. But now it's time to put fighting aside and focus on something I actually can do. It is good to understand your strengths and weaknesses. Ida came to a stop, and Izuku looked up, realizing they were standing in the general studies wing. Which classroom is yours? I can see the sign from here. Izuku lifted his hand in farewell. Thanks for taking me here. You better hurry back before Eraserhead kicks you out of the school. I've heard he's infamous for doing that. Ida's face paled somewhat. Right. He turned, only to swivel back around a second later. You impress me, Izuku Midoriya. I think I would like it very much if we could be friends. I could learn a lot from someone like you. Izuku blinked. That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I'd love that. He beamed at Ida. I'll see you later then, Ida. Goodbye, Midoriya. Ida bowed and then hurried off down the hall. Izuku took a few steps toward his class before stopping to watch the blue-haired boy until he disappeared around a corner. He tugged on his wraps, and he itched to find a bathroom so he could gather his wits about him before facing a full day of classes, but he was already late, and he didn't want to be so tardy he would get kicked out on first day. Class 1C, he mumbled, mostly to distract himself from his own thoughts. Here we go. Izuku fidgeted with his pencil, his eyes tiredly roaming the class. The teacher droned on and on about the history of quirks and other useless facts, and the entire class was almost asleep. They had already learned this material in elementary school, but he supposed they wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page before getting into the really difficult stuff. The students in the class didn't interest Izuku either. They were all rejects, those whose quirks weren't good enough to get them into the hero course. Sure, they'd try their best in the upcoming sports festival to try to get themselves transferred into one of the coveted spots, but Izuku knew none of them would actually make it. They were all too pathetic. Except one. According to the teacher, his name was Hitoshi Shinso. The teacher had forced them all to introduce themselves and their quirk, and his was brainwashing. The second he named his quirk, something in the classroom had shifted. The attitude in the classroom had changed when Izuku announced he was quirkless as well, but this was something different. Where everyone in the class emitted an aura of amusement and disdain at Izuku's quirk, or lack of one, they all seemed utterly terrified of Shinso's. He must get treated like a villain a lot. Izuku danced his pencil over his knuckles, his leg bouncing wildly underneath his desk. He yearned for the bell to ring so he could finally be released from this prison. No doubt the students in the hero course were going through a lot more interesting training right now. I wonder if it drives him mad. Izuku's eyes narrowed back in on 𝗀𝐻, whose eyes were heavy-lidded, almost as if he was a moment away from falling asleep. He reminded Izuku a lot of Eraserhead, even if he had only seen the teacher for a few minutes that morning. No doubt it does. But enough to turn him to the other side? Izuku directed his gaze back to the clock hanging above the teacher's head, his eyebrows furrowing. Maybe, maybe not. I'll have to check it out. I'm sure All For One would appreciate his quirk. I wonder how it works, exactly. Loud ringing cut through Izuku's thoughts, and he jumped from his chair, his jittery anxiety, previously trapped in his chest, bursting through his entire body. He swung his backpack over his shoulder and made a beeline for the door. Keeping his head down, he turned to the right of the door, the opposite direction from the cafeteria, heading for the bathroom he had seen earlier that day. "Hey, Quirkless," someone yelled, and a hand gripped onto Izuku's forearm. Izuku stopped, staring at the ground for a long moment before slowly twisting around to get a view of the bully gripping his arm. A large, brown-haired boy stared back at him, flanked by two students, one a girl, the other a boy. They were members of his class, the group of kids that had actually laughed when Izuku had explained his lack of a quirk. Great! Another Bakugo. Izuku simply stared at them, wondering what it was that they were planning to do. They stood in the middle of the crowded hallway, with students flowing past them. They couldn't really do much to Izuku here, not without getting caught. Sure, no one was paying enough attention to hear them insulting him, but they would notice if a fight actually broke out. Brown-haired boy's face fell into a scowl when Izuku didn't respond. He shook Izuku's arm. "Didn't you hear me, Quirkless? I'm talking to you." Izuku's eyebrows rose, but he still didn't reply. "You little," the bully's hand raised, maybe to hit Izuku, he wasn't sure, but another voice broke through the cacophony before Izuku had a chance to react. "Why don't you stop acting like a villain and leave the kid alone?" Izuku turned to see 𝗀𝐻, the one with the brainwashing quirk, standing right next to him, his hands tucked into the pockets of his UA uniform. He was unsmiling, fixing the bullies with a blank expression. "Villain?" the main bully spat. His head suddenly drooped before snapping back up again, and Izuku noticed his eyes turn a milky white. "You're one to talk, 𝗀𝐻, the girl said. She too dipped her head, her eyes going blank. Brainwashing, Izuku thought, looking up at 𝗀𝐻, who was now smiling, although it seemed more snarky than amused. This is how his quirk works. What about you, small fry? Got anything to say? 𝗀𝐻 fixed the remaining bully with a glare, and he sputtered for a moment before saying, "I don't have anything to say to you, freak." His head dipped, and his posture relaxed as 𝗀𝐻's brainwashing overcame him. Without warning, the three of them stepped into the flow of traffic, and everyone ground to a screeching halt. With synchronized movements, the three began to ballet dance around each other. Several students pointed and laughed, and soon a circle formed around the group. At the end of the routine, they all bowed and walked back to 𝗀𝐻 and Izuku. Izuku smirked. "I knew I would like this guy. I've got to see if I can turn him." "I know you might think you can get me in trouble for this," 𝗀𝐻 told the three, who simply stared at him with blank eyes. "But I know that didn't feel good. Unless you want me to do it again, whenever I can, you'll keep your mouth shut and leave the kid alone from now on. Do you understand?" The color leaked back into their eyes, and they nodded, fear suddenly overcoming their expressions now that they were back in control. They bowed to 𝗀𝐻, gave haphazard nods to Izuku, and ran down the hallway, knocking into people as they went. "That was amazing," Izuku gushed. "How did you do that? I mean, obviously it's your quirk, but how do you trigger it? Can you just brainwash anyone?" He stopped for a moment to allow his brain to catch up with his mouth. "Oh, and thank you. I really didn't want to get into trouble on my first day." He scratched the back of his neck, laughing loosely. "Don't mention it. We're heroes, right? 𝗫𝐸 smiled softly before his expression relaxed back into his normal exhausted look. My quirk activates whenever my target answers one of my questions. They have to speak in order for it to work. Izuku nodded quickly, slinging his backpack off his shoulder and rummaging through it to find his newest hero notebook. Right. And you can obviously control multiple people at a time. Can you brainwash them at the same time? No. 𝗫𝐸 shook his head. It has to be done one at a time. Luckily the girl responded after the boy and not at the same time. Izuku found the notebook and whipped out a pen, shuffling through the pages until he found a blank one. He scribbled down his notes in shorthand. That's amazing. I bet you're going to be an amazing hero. He stopped writing for a second before glancing up at 𝗫𝐸. You want to transfer into the hero course, right? 𝗫𝐸 nodded wordlessly as he stared at Izuku, his mouth slightly open. And I'm guessing your powers probably don't work on robots, which would be why you failed the entrance exam. 𝗫𝐸 nodded again, seeming more perturbed than before. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll get into the hero course in no time. I mean, how could you not? That was wicked awesome, and you definitely have the heart of a hero, more so than those idiots, anyway. Izuku jotted down some more words, his eyebrows clenching over his forehead as he thought through 𝗫𝐸's powers. Of course, though, once your opponent knows what your quirk is, all they have to do is not speak. He tapped his pencil onto his bottom lip. Does it work through a voice modulator? No. The target has to hear it directly from my mouth. Microphones don't work either. So, you're going to need to figure out a way to modify your voice without having it go through technology, so that you can trick your opponent into responding to your voice. Izuku drew a small sketch in his notebook before crossing it out. That wouldn't, anyway, and you'll need to make sure your combat skills are great, because you can't rely on brainwashing your opponent. Izuku blinked as his brain slowly caught up to his surroundings. Sorry. I'm just talking through your lunchtime. I'm Izuku Midoriya. By the way. He stuck out his hand toward the teen, smiling broadly as he snapped his notebook shut. I need to learn when to keep my mouth shut. He probably thinks I'm an insufferable nerd now. He doesn't seem the type to make friends with excitable kids. Stupid. Hitoshi 𝗫𝐸. The purple-haired boy accepted Izuku's hand, and Izuku pumped his arm up and down enthusiastically. Thank you, really. Izuku withdrew his hand and shoved his notebook back into his backpack, simultaneously sliding his pencil behind his ear. I'm not sure what I would have done if they had started something. 𝗫𝐸 simply stared at him for a long moment as Izuku swung his backpack onto his shoulders. What? Izuku finally asked, not entirely sure why the boy wasn't saying anything, or at the very least walking away. Izuku found that most people generally found him either very endearing or very annoying, and he figured 𝗫𝐸 would be the latter of the two. You aren't afraid of talking to me like everyone else. When people figure out how my power works, they tend to avoid me. Izuku shrugged. So it does bother him. I trust you. 𝗫𝐸's pupils dilated, and his hands, previously clenched at his sides, seemed to unconsciously relax. Oh, was his only response. I bet a lot of people say yours is a villain quirk too, huh? Izuku asked, tugging on the ends of his wraps. It was a bold question, one that might not pay off, but he had to know 𝗫𝐸's thoughts on the matter. The boy's jaw clenched, and he stared down at his shoes. Yeah. Well, they're right. It would be a pretty amazing villain power. Izuku shrugged. But then again, setting things on fire and smashing whole buildings into oblivion would be an awesome villain power too. 𝗫𝐸 blinked as he raised his gaze up to meet Izuku's again. Anyone can be a villain, Izuku continued. But not everyone can be a hero. He tugged sharply at his wraps before shifting his grip to the straps of his backpack. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll see you later. He raised his arm before hesitating. I mean, if that's okay with you. We have class together, it's not like we can avoid each other. But 𝗫𝐸 raised his arm in farewell, and 𝐬𝐻𝐢 took that as a sign of acknowledgement of 𝐬𝐻𝐢's real question, even if it wasn't a flat-out answer. Maybe we'll be friends yet. 𝐬𝐻𝐢 squared his shoulders and set off down the hallway, now considerably more empty than it had been a few minutes ago. I need to get to the cafeteria, but first. 𝐬𝐻𝐢 shoved open the door to the bathroom with his shoulder and let his backpack fall to the ground once he entered a stall, breathing a sigh of relief as his fingers went to unravel the wraps from his forearms. Finally. 𝐬𝐻𝐢 entered the cafeteria, brushing off his still damp palms onto his pants. He was very late. He would barely have enough time to eat, let alone figure out his next steps to advance his mission. He began to scan the lunchroom looking for somewhere to sit when someone called his name. Midoriya. 𝐬𝐻𝐢's eyes went to the source of the noise, seeing Ida sitting at a table by himself. He waved his arm in the air, his expression earnest. 𝐬𝐻𝐢 smiled and walked toward him, sitting across from him. Hey. Thanks for inviting me to sit with you. Of course. That's what friends do. Ida took another bite of his food, and 𝐬𝐻𝐢 watched with a faint smile. Even the way Ida ate seemed military, regimented. Can I sit here? 𝐸𝐻𝐢 asked from behind Ida. Ida twisted around to look at her, and 𝐬𝐻𝐢's eyebrows rose. She got here fast. Was she maybe looking for me? You're the one who spoke to Midoriya at the entrance exams. Are you friends? Ida nodded to the seat next to him, beckoning her to sit. She settled onto her chair, tossing her half-eaten lunch onto the table. Yeah, we're friends. She smiled at 𝐬𝐻𝐢, and his cheeks flushed, no doubt morphing his face into a burning red color. He busied himself with searching through his backpack for the lunch his mother had packed him. Ida gave Midoriya a side-eye, but he didn't comment on the statement, instead nodding his head. Midoriya, how is your homeroom teacher? 𝐬𝐻𝐢 paused, staring at his unopened lunchbox, a dull black, a welcome change from his old All Might-themed one. He's great. He was one of the upper 100 heroes a couple years ago, which is pretty awesome, although I wouldn't expect any less from 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐼. He opened the lunchbox before looking back up at Ida. But what about you guys? I saw you have Eraserhead for a teacher, that must be pretty exciting. He's not necessarily a super popular hero, but his quirk is still super impressive. The two hero course students exchanged a tired glance, and 𝐬𝐻𝐢 paused with his hand halfway to his mouth. What? Was it that bad? 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐼 sighed, slamming her elbows onto the table and dropping her face into her hands. It was awful, 𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐢. He forced us all to test our quirks in a competition and told us that whoever scored the lowest would be expelled. 𝐬𝐻𝐻𝐢's eyebrows shot up, and his mouth fell open, but he was far from surprised. He knew from All for One's intelligence that Aizawa had a habit of haphazardly expelling students every year. He was a hard person to impress. Yes, but it turns out that was a lie. A fabrication to assure we would give our all, Ida added. But get this, we have 2 students in our class that are here on recommendation. 2. There are so many amazing quirks in our class, I don't think I'll ever be able to keep up. 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐼 sighed, her eyebrows furrowing as she stared at the table. Nonsense. Your quirk is quite impressive, and will be amazing once you learn to harness it correctly. Sure, we have a long way to go and a lot of hard work to put in so we can be on par with our classmates, but we can and will achieve our goals. Ida clenched his fist in front of him, his glasses reflecting a blinding white light, and 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐼 gaped at him, her eyes gleaming. You're right. 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐼's face twisted up with determination, and she slammed her fists onto the table. We've got this. 𝐬𝐻𝐢 glanced between them, glad they had figured that out on their own. Sounds exciting. What about you, 𝐬𝐻𝐢? Did your class get to practice with your quirks? 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐼 asked, turning her large brown eyes on him. 𝐬𝐻𝐢 paused, staring at his lunchbox. Yeah. But it was pretty boring. He went back to eating, hoping they would drop the subject. What? 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐼 started, only to have Ida elbow her in the side. Ha! Oh! Her face flushed a bright red, and she waved her hands in front of her face. I'm so sorry, 𝐬𝐡𝐚𝐭. I forgot that you don't have a quirk. That was very unkind of me, I'm super sorry. Not a big deal. Everyone here has a quirk except for me. It's easy to forget. He smiled at her. I'm just excited for when we get to work with the support course students. I think that will be more my style. After all, he had been the one to design and create his knife vest and subsequent knives. A frown tugged at his lips, but he fought it back. He missed the comforting weight of his knives against his chest, but he had to follow all for one's orders. 𝐸𝐻𝐸 pursed her lips. Honestly, that's a good point. What do you do when the others practice with their quirks? I'm sure they don't have any curriculum for you since you're the first quirkless student here. 𝐬𝐡𝐚𝐭 shrugged. I just worked on my martial arts and fitness. It wasn't anything special. It would have been more fun if he had been able to practice with his knives, but that's a worthy thing to develop. Ida nodded shortly. Hey, 𝐬𝐻𝐭, 𝐸𝐻𝐸 asked, her smile hesitant. Did you mother make your lunch? Yeah, she insists on making all of my meals. And making my bed, cleaning my room, and laying out my outfits. If I let her, she'd brush my teeth for me. She's been very clingy since I returned. It's made things difficult. Did she, perhaps, pack any more of those cookies? 𝐸𝐻𝐸's face burned a bright red now, and she seemed like she even regretted asking, but she didn't retract the statement. 𝐬𝐻𝐭 chuckled, pulling out a bag of cookies from his box and tossing it to her. I actually specifically asked her to make some to bring with me today. I figured it all else failed I could use them to talk to you again. I mean, it worked the first time. His face warmed, but he strove to ignore it, closing one eye and looking through the other at Ida. Ida, you're welcome to have some as well. They're my mother's special friend-making cookies. Ida smiled and took a cookie from the bag 𝐸𝐻𝐸 offered him, taking a bite. They're still warm, he muttered around his mouthful, somewhat out of character for him. They're so good, 𝐸𝐻𝐸 moaned, stuffing another one into her mouth. That was her third, 𝐬𝐻𝐭 noticed. I'm glad you think so. My mother is amazing. 𝐬𝐻𝐭 rubbed the back of his neck and smiled briefly before dropping his hand down to brush the handle of the knife tucked into his belt, his smile wavering. Don't think about it, he warned himself. Ida made another comment, and 𝐸𝐻𝐸 and 𝐬𝐻𝐭 laughed, but 𝐬𝐻𝐭 wasn't really focused on the conversation, instead contemplating all for one's plan. Step 1 has been a success. Now it's time for Step 2, identify the successor. 𝐬𝐻𝐭 grinned as his hand firmly wrapped around the handle of his knife. This should be fun. 𝐬𝐻𝐭 waved goodbye to his friends, his face stretched into a huge smile. Lowering his hand and turning away from the cafeteria, his smile quickly turned into a scowl. He had 10 minutes until lunchtime was over and he'd be required to return to his class. Before then, he wanted to take a look around. Making his way outside, he dropped his backpack to the ground and glanced around to make sure he was alone before scaling the rough walls of the school, his eyes fixed on the top of the building. Once he reached the top, he wiped the sweat out of his eyes and leaned over to take large gulps of breath. He allowed himself only a moment of rest before he walked to the edge of the roof, taking in the large expanse of UA's property. It's so big, he wondered out loud, walking around the perimeter of the building at a leisurely pace. Everyone was still in the lunchroom, so it was almost certain no one would see him up here. He glanced at his watch. Only 8 more minutes until he needed to be in class. He picked up the pace, jogging around the building, scaling over more walls and dropping to lower roofs. Nothing too interesting, he muttered to himself. A large person caught his eye, and he immediately dropped to the ground, peering over the edge at the hero who had caught his attention. All Might. It was hard not to notice the hero. Even without his hero costume, his figure was large and impressive. But 𝐬𝐻𝐭 knew that wasn't his real form. He had seen the real All Might almost a year ago, on the roof of a building close to 𝐬𝐻𝐭's home. His eyes narrowed, and 𝐬𝐻𝐭 grabbed the knife on his belt as his heartbeat echoed in his ears. His vision blurred to the point where he could barely even see All Might, and he forced himself to roll over and stare at the sky instead. Calm down. He's talking to someone. What are they saying? Who are they? Focus, Midoriya. Izuku sucked in a breath before flipping back over and staring over the edge once again. All Might stood, his face angled down as he spoke to a blonde-haired boy, from the look of his uniform, another UA student. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he stared at the top of the boy's head, unable to see his face from that angle. His skin began to itch, and he once again glanced at his watch. 2 more minutes. I wish I could hear what they're saying. After another minute, All Might waved to the boy before departing, and Izuku glared after him for a moment before looking back at the boy. The student stood there for a second before walking toward the nearest entrance. Turn around, turn around, turn around, Izuku prompted him, his fingers gripping the side of the building so tightly they began to turn purple. The student paused with their hand on the door before turning back in the direction All Might had gone, giving Izuku a clear look of his face. Izuku's grip on the building relaxed, and he watched slack-jawed as the boy turned and entered the building, letting the door close behind him. Izuku turned to lie on his back, staring up at the clear blue sky. Of course. Mirio Togata. All for One told me about him. He's one of UA's Big Three, one of the most powerful students at UA. And of course, he interns for Night Eye, All Might's previous sidekick. It's likely Night Eye recommended him to All Might. Without even thinking about it, Izuku found himself unraveling his wraps, letting them fall to the dirty roof. He gripped his knife firmly, his thoughts on what All for One had told him. No doubt All Might is waiting for the sports festival. He's likely to pick a winner to pass his quirk on to. We will need to keep a close eye on the victors. Then you can make your move, Izuku. All Might's not likely to choose a first year to receive his powers, Izuku thought, his shoulder jerking as a shock went up his arm. But he might. Wouldn't it be a good idea to sway the results in our favor? His eyes narrowed, and he pushed himself into a sitting position as he glared toward where Mirio had disappeared. In the meantime, I'll keep an eye on you, Mirio Togata. Watch your back. Deku sighed as he adjusted his bag over his shoulder, glad to hear the last peal of the bell echoing down the hallway. Finally, he thought. Who knew going to UA would be so boring? He directed his gaze at the ceiling as he followed the flow of students to the nearest exit. Class 1C had had their first collaboration with the business course that evening, an encounter which had cemented Izuku's decision to join the support course in the future. So dull. Izuku, someone called, and he turned to see Uraraka waving at him. Ida raised a reserved hand from where he stood next to her, Class 1A milling around behind him. At the sight, Izuku bit the inside of his lip so hard he drew blood. He approached the two of them with a smile on his face, but his eyes were on Bakugo, who glared daggers at him, his eyes practically smoking as Izuku approached his classmates. Some things never change. Hey guy, Izuku greeted. Did your evening classes go well? Much better than this morning, Uraraka admitted, sighing heavily. But still hard work. I thought the quirk training was going to be difficult, but I think the academics are even worse. Izuku laughed. That's right. It must be hard to focus on both at the same time. I admire your abilities. They passed through the entrance of the school, and the group drifted to stand on the grass so they could talk uninterrupted. I could help you study, Uraraka, if you ever find yourself falling behind, Ida offered. Thank you. You can bet I'm gonna need it. Uraraka smiled sheepishly. Hey, Deku. Izuku's smile froze, and he turned slowly to see Bakugo standing 5 feet from him, his expression only slightly calmer than before. Izuku took in the crowd of students walking toward the front gates and wondered what Bakugo was doing. There's no way he would try to attack me again, is there? Didn't Eraserhead punish him for this morning? Hello, Kaken, Izuku responded, resorting to the bully's childhood nickname. Two could play at this game. Don't call me that, Bakugo snapped. Don't call me Deku, then. Izuku shrugged, discreetly sucking in a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Just leave. I'm not sure how much longer I can take this. Bakugo glared at him. You didn't answer my question earlier, quirkless. And what was that? Where did you go? You disappeared for 10 months. Your mother was worried sick. And, now that I think about it, so was mine. Bakugo crossed his arms, a smug smile crossing his face. We had posters of your dumb face plastered all over our neighborhood for months. He did that on purpose. Izuku's gaze went to Ida and Uraraka, who both stared at him with expressions mixed of shock and concern. He wanted them to know. Man, I wish I could. Do you remember what you told me the day before I disappeared? Izuku asked. Something about roofs and reincarnation. Yeah, what about it? Maybe you should take your own advice. You little. Bakugo lunged toward him, but Izuku held up a hand. Go home. Izuku's tone flattened, and he glared at Bakugo, watching as his brain slowly went through all of his options. In the end, common sense won out, and he grunted before turning around and striding down the walkway, his footsteps loud even from where Izuku was standing. His eyes narrowing, Izuku stared after the boy for a moment. Figures. He's too much of a coward to attack me here. Not in front of all these witnesses. Izuku's fingers brushed the handle of the knife stashed under his shirt. Lucky for him. His lips inched into a grin. What was that about, Deku? Uraraka asked from behind him. Izuku's blood froze at the insult coming from Uraraka's lips, and in such a sweet tone too. He didn't turn around, instead lowering his head so his hair covered his eyes. Don't call me that, he said, struggling to keep his tone from souring any more than it already was. Oh. She sounded hesitant. Bakugo's been talking about you all day and calling you Deku. I figured it was a childhood nickname or something, since you guys knew each other before. Oh, it's a childhood nickname all right. Izuku sighed and forced himself to let go of his death grip on the knife. Keep it together, Midoriya. It means useless. Worthless. Quirkless. You get the idea. Uraraka gasped softly. I am so sorry, Izuku. She fell silent for a moment. You know, it kind of sounds a bit like the Japanese phrase for, you can do it. It's kind of inspiring, actually. I don't care what it sounds like, Izuku snapped. My name is Izuku, or Midoriya if you prefer. Never call me Deku again. I understand. Her voice was soft, and Izuku pressed his fingers against his left forearm as hard as he could stand. He spun around, smiling broadly as he released his grip. I'm sorry for snapping at you, Uraraka. Bakugo always puts me on edge. He's been bullying me ever since we were children. He frowned and lowered his head. I'm ashamed to say sometimes it gets to me. That's okay. Uraraka smiled at him. I shouldn't have pressed the issue. I like your name. Izuku. It's perfect. Thank you. Izuku raised a hand to wave at her, including Ida in his gaze. Well, I better get home or else my mom's gonna be worried. I'll see you both tomorrow, okay? Sure thing. Uraraka smiled, her eyes practically shining as she waved goodbye. See you tomorrow, Midoriya. Ida nodded toward him, and Izuku quickly turned and walked away, his heart thumping in his ears. That was close, he thought. You have got to keep it together. The harder he tried to calm himself, however, the louder his heartbeat became, and the less he was able to form a coherent thought. Shoot, he finally realized, stopping in his tracks and gazing at the sky through the towering buildings above him. There's no avoiding it. Fingers shaking, Izuku pulled out a burner phone from a hidden pocket inside his pants, sewn there by his own hands after his mother had bought them. He flicked the phone open and pressed the only number in the contacts before bringing the phone up to his ear, listening to it ring. Almost immediately, the ringing stopped and silence echoed through the line. It almost seemed like no one was there, but Izuku knew that wasn't true. Tonight, Izuku whispered. Where? I'll find you, came the reply, and then a loud click as the call ended. Izuku sighed and tossed the phone to the ground before stepping on it, shattering the device. Very well, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 mumbled, leaving the scraps there as he made his way home. Play your games. I'll be ready. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 brushed the hair out of his eyes, exhaustion weighing on his shoulders as he trekked into UA. Man, I really should have planned this out a bit better. His gaze darted around the mass of students around him, most of them happy and laughing. But at least all for one agreed to my plan. He closed his eyes briefly, sucking in a deep breath. Shigaraki didn't look very happy about it, though. Hey, 𝐬𝐡𝐚, 𝐸 said as she sidled up next to him. Are you feeling better? 𝐬𝐡𝐚 blinked slowly, struggling to remember what she was talking about. Yesterday had been full of important events, and he was so tired he wasn't sure which she was referring to. Yeah. The memory struck him, and his fingers twitched, but all the anger over the incident had already drained out of him, injected into more important matters. Thanks for asking. 𝐸𝐸 nodded, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚 noticed Ida was standing next to her. They're always together. His eyes narrowed. I wonder if they like each other. Good morning, Midoriya, Ida greeted him, and they stopped at the edge of an intersection. One path would lead to the general studies section of the school, and another to the hero course. The other two would of course lead to the business and support course sections of the school, but none of them needed to go down those paths. Not yet at least. Good morning, Ida, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 replied. Are you ready for another day of hard training? I wonder what Eraserhead has planned for you today. Whatever it is, we'll face it head-on. 𝐸𝐸 shouted, squaring her shoulders and spreading her feet into a more steady stance. And even if it's hard, we will prevail. 𝐬𝐡𝐚's eyebrows rose, and his mouth twisted into a smile. They're so dramatic. That's right. He agreed, pumping his fist and smiling furiously. You're going to do great. Actually, Midoriya, I wanted to talk to you about something serious. Ida adjusted his glasses, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚 slowly turned to him. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 lowered his hand and shifted his stance to face Ida, his eyebrows furrowing gently. Oh great, it's probably about yesterday. I hope you don't think I'm overstepping, but you see, what Bakugo said yesterday rather concerned me. You went missing for 10 months. What happened? Does it have anything to do with the scar on your face? Ida gazed directly into 𝐬𝐡𝐚's eyes, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚 blinked. He wasn't expecting the boy to be so direct. That only made it harder to avoid the question. I think, as your friend, it is my duty to express my concern for your well-being. Are you in any trouble? Do you need any help? 𝐬𝐡𝐚 fought the urge to laugh, his fingers automatically tugging on the edges of the wraps he'd secured tightly to his forearms that morning. Don't worry. No matter what happened, I'm fine now. I'm standing right in front of you, smiling, see? He grinned as wide as he could, hoping that would alleviate any of Ida's doubts. But Ida's eyes merely narrowed, and 𝐸𝐸 stepped closer, frowning softly. Dang it. Who are they to ask anyway? We've known each other for 1 day. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 forced himself to breathe deeply, expelling a slow, measured breath in an effort to keep his thoughts from spilling out of his mouth. He'd simply have to tell them the same story he'd told his mother. I was kidnapped. In the process, I got hurt. He pointed to the scar on the right side of his face, grimacing as the memory of the incident breached his consciousness for a brief moment. I was rescued, but I lost my memory for a while. That's why I was gone for so long. He shrugged, adjusting his backpack. After a while, my memory returned, and I came back home. Really, it's nothing too important. His two friends stared at him with their mouths agape. Even Ida's normally stoic demeanor seemed to leave him, revealing a shocked, somewhat scared young boy. Without a word, 𝐸𝐸 hugged 𝐬𝐡𝐚 from the side, and he merely stood there, eyes wide as she squeezed him tight. Strange. She reminds me of Toga, only less bloodthirsty. The thought made 𝐬𝐡𝐚 smile, and he placed his hand on the back of 𝐸𝐸's head in an effort to return her affection. Ida cleared his throat, gaining 𝐬𝐡𝐚's attention. I am so sorry. His lips screwed up into a grimace, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚 read his expression easily. Human trafficking, 𝐬𝐡𝐢𝐬 answered Ida's unspoken question. I was saved, but many were not. His face darkened, and he frowned at the floor. That's horrible, 𝐸𝐸 cried, stepping back from 𝐬𝐡𝐢 and wiping at her eyes, which were wet with tears. 𝐬𝐡𝐢 couldn't help staring at her in shock. Why was she crying? I can't imagine how scared you probably were. Indeed, you're the strongest person I know, Ida agreed. Quirkless Deku. Strong? Yeah, right. A familiar voice scoffed from 𝐬𝐡𝐢's side, and he stiffened as 𝗵𝘃𝐻 purposefully ran into him, knocking him to the ground. 𝐸𝐸 immediately fell to the ground to check on 𝐬𝐡𝐢, glaring up at 𝗵𝘃𝐻. You bully! Take that back. 𝐬𝐡𝐢's gone through more in the last year than you have in your entire life. Yeah, like what? 𝗵𝘃𝐻 crossed his arms and smirked. Ida glared at 𝗵𝘃𝐻, his expression hostile, but even he shot 𝐸𝐸 a warning glance. 𝐬𝐡𝐢, meanwhile, tugged on 𝐸𝐸's skirt, trying to prevent her from spilling his secrets, but it was no use. She was too fired up on his behalf to actually listen to him. 𝐸𝐸 stood swiftly, her face twisted up into a fierce anger that looked unnatural on her delicate features. He was kidnapped and badly injured. Scared and afraid, without his memory, separated from his friends and family. She began to cry, huge droplets of tears spilling down her cheeks, and 𝐬𝐡𝐢 stared at her, his mouth popping open in horror. Several students stopped at 𝐸𝐸's shout, watching the four of them with curious expressions. Crap. I can't make a scene. 𝐬𝐡𝐢 jumped to his feet, grabbing 𝐸𝐸's arm. 𝐸𝐸, please, he's not worth it, just drop it, please. She shook her head, turning her angry brown eyes on him. But what right does he have? He's had everything handed to him on a silver platter all of his life. A great quirk, amazing physical abilities, and who knows what else. You've been through so much more, and yet here you are, the first quirkless person to get into UA. That's impressive. Nothing 𝗵𝘃𝐻 has done will ever compare to that. Oh no. 𝐬𝐡𝐢's eyes darted to 𝗵𝘃𝐻, not at all surprised to see the boy practically glowing red as he processed 𝐸𝐸's words. The students surrounding them began to whisper among themselves, their eyes appraising 𝐬𝐡𝐢. He couldn't tell if they were impressed with his lack of quirk or disgusted, but knowing those with quirks, it was probably the latter. 𝗵𝘃𝐻 stepped forward, and 𝐬𝐡𝐢's hand went to his knife, but the boy stopped, taking in the crowd of students around them and seemingly changing his mind about physically hurting 𝐬𝐡𝐢. Whatever Eraserhead did to him on the first day after he attacked me must have scared him straight, 𝐬𝐡𝐢 realized. Maybe he threatened him with expulsion if he was caught fighting in school again. Before he could realize what he was doing, he smirked. This isn't elementary school anymore, 𝐀𝐦. 𝗵𝘃𝐻's eyes widened as he saw 𝐬𝐡𝐢's smile, and his right eye twitched. Whatever, Deku. The only reason you were captured is because you're weak. I never would have been kidnapped, and I certainly never would have allowed myself to get hurt like that. He gestured to 𝐬𝐡𝐢's face. Let's face it. You're quirkless. Completely helpless. You need people like me to protect you. He jerked a thumb toward his chest, a haughty smile covering his face. It's as plain as that disgusting scar on your face. He narrowed his eyes one final time and raised a fist in warning before he turned and began to walk away. 𝐸𝐸 started, jerking forward as if to follow him, but 𝐬𝐡𝐢 tightened his grip on her arm and pulled her back. Achiko, he finally yelled after a moment of struggling, and she stilled, turning her large brown eyes on his green ones. That's enough. It doesn't matter. He doesn't matter. Her face fell, the features previously screwed up in anger now relaxing into pity. 𝐬𝐡𝐢 almost recoiled, but he stopped himself at the last second, only just managing to keep his face steady. 𝐬𝐡𝐢, what he said isn't true. You're stronger than most heroes. No, 𝐬𝐡𝐢 murmured, turning away as he released her arm. He brushed his scar, the skin rough and uneven. The ugly mark almost covered the entire right side of his face, making it impossible to avoid. He's right. That day, I was weak. Too weak to fight and too weak to give up. He closed his eyes as the memories swept over him, but he refused to dwell on them for too long, instead clasping his hand tightly around his knife to ground himself in the present. But trust me. It won't happen again. Better get to class, a voice from behind said, and the three of them turned to see Eraserhead standing in the center of the hallway. He wasn't addressing them, instead looking at the group of students who surrounded them. After a moment, they seemed to get the hint, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Crap! How long has he been there? Izuku clutched at his wraps, able to feel his pulse even through the layers of fabric. What if he heard my story? Is there any way he'd be able to tell I was lying? He probably knows a lot of heroes. What if he asks around and realizes no one knows who I am? Eraserhead's tired eyes locked onto Izuku's, and he struggled to smile at the instructor. Hi, sir. I think I should be getting to class now. I don't want to be late like yesterday. He bowed hastily. Yes. Yesterday. The hero's eyes darted to the ground, and he leaned over to pick up Izuku's backpack from where he had dropped it when Bakugo shoved him. Can't go without this. He held out the bag to Izuku, and he accepted it, slinging it over his shoulder once again. Thank you, sir. Izuku nodded to Ida and Uraraka. I'll see you guys at lunch, all right? They nodded in return, although neither of them seemed really happy about it. Izuku ducked his head and stepped hastily in the direction of his classroom, feeling Eraserhead's heavy gaze on his back. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just told them to mind their own business. His arms began to itch, and he scratched at them subtly, yearning to yank the wraps off. Gah! Izuku Midoriya. Eraserhead's soft voice called from behind, and Izuku paused, his hand clutching onto the handle of his knife for a moment. His mind quickly ran through all of the possibilities of what could happen next, and his lips narrowed into a thin, gruesome line. Yes, he finally asked, spinning around and smiling softly with confusion, no longer gripping onto his knife. No doubt the trained hero would notice something like that. If Bakugo bothers you again, report directly to me. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. His actions toward a fellow student aren't those of a hero. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, and he bowed as he clasped onto the straps of his backpack. Will do, sir. Thank you. The anxiety of Eraserhead discovering his secret abated, only to be replaced by another, just as aggravating thought. I wonder if he would treat me this way if I was his student. If I had a quirk. Maybe he thinks I'm weak. That he has to protect me from the big, bad bully. Izuku's eye twitched. They're all the same. Good. The bell rang overhead, signaling that they had 1 minute to get to their classes. Come with me, you two. Class is starting. He nodded to Uraraka and Ida, and they both waved at Izuku before following their teacher down the hall. Izuku scowled and walked to his classroom, taking a moment to tighten his wraps, which had come loose as he tugged on them. Afterward, he pulled out a burner phone from his pocket, a replacement for the one he'd disposed of the night before. This is becoming more frequent, he noted, sighing softly. He texted the only number in the contacts, a different one from the night before. Tonight. The response was almost immediate. An address and a time, encoded in a special language only Izuku would be able to decipher. Izuku committed it to memory before sliding out the SIM card from the phone and crushing it in his fingers. He dumped the remnants into the garbage can outside of his classroom right as the bell rang. He found himself somewhat excited as he slid into his seat, and he smiled at the blank phone. At least this day will end on a high note. Izuku flipped the welding mask off his face, brushing the sweat off his brow with the cloth on his forearm. Laying down his tools, he picked up the mask he was working on, using the dials to turn the metal plates. They moved smoothly with only a faint clicking sound to mark the change of position, and he smiled. My designs were perfect. He turned the mask over, fingering the careful stitches he had sewn into the fabric on the backside of the mask in order to make it more comfortable. Of course. It may have taken me all night, but that should mean fewer prototypes until perfection. He was just about to place the mask over his face when he saw 𝗀𝐻 staring at him from across the room. Izuku lowered the mask and waved at 𝗀𝐻, smiling broadly. To his surprise, the boy walked toward him without any prompting on Izuku's part. "Hello," 𝗀𝐻 greeted, tucking his hands into his pockets and leaning against the table. The girl who worked next to Izuku cast him a nervous glance and moved away, taking all of her supplies with her. 𝗀𝐻's eye flickered in her direction, but he ignored her rude behavior, and Izuku fought a grimace on 𝗀𝐻's behalf. Calling attention to her actions definitely wouldn't help the situation. "Hey, 𝗀𝐻. What are you working on?" Izuku directed his gaze to the pile of scraps 𝗀𝐻 had been tinkering with moments before he'd left his station. Today they were collaborating with the support course in an effort to create something. They weren't given much instruction except to ask the support course instructor if they needed any help or advice. Izuku himself had talked to the man briefly, and his knowledge had been useful in the start of his project. Since then, however, he hadn't seen much of the instructor, as he'd been busy helping the other students who didn't even possess so much as a design. "I was experimenting." 𝗀𝐻 looked away, frowning. "I was going to ask the instructor for help, but he seems busy." Izuku's eyes traveled to the instructor, who stood surrounded by 5 students who had apparently chosen to collaborate on a project. It made sense that his attention would be captured by the louder students in the class. After all, even standing 5 feet from 𝗀𝐻, Izuku was having a hard time hearing him. "Did you have anything in mind? Maybe I can help." Izuku went back to fiddling with the mask, making sure the plates could complete their full rotation. There were hundreds of tiny plates that required precise movement to ensure full functionality of the device. One of the plates stuck in place, and Izuku squirted oil onto it, mentally making a note to adjust the size of the plate later. "Not really. I need something to enhance my fighting abilities, but that's less of a device and more of skill." 𝗀𝐻 shrugged and turned his attention back to the mask Izuku held. "What about you? What are you working on?" "Most of the students are working on support gear for their own quirks, but you don't have one, so you must be making that for something else. What does it do?" Izuku's smile grew, and he adjusted the mask to its open position. "I'm glad you asked. Actually, 𝗀𝐻, I'm making this for you." 𝗀𝐻's eyes opened wide, and he stepped backward as if the gesture made him uncomfortable. "For me? Why would you?" "You're my friend," Izuku responded, picking up the back piece of the mask and securing the device around his neck. "When we talked about how your quirk worked, I couldn't help myself. It's powerful on its own, to be sure, but useless if an opponent knows about it. This should negate that fact. We talked about my quirk yesterday. How did you do this so fast?" "I stayed up all night thinking of a design. I like to get my designs perfect before I start making the project, and I also wanted to have it completely finished long before the sports festival so you have some time to practice with it." Izuku pulled the mask over his mouth, tightening the strap on the back so it fit his face. He had created the design with 𝗀𝐻's face in mind, so it wasn't the most comfortable, but it was tight, and that was all that mattered. "Want to see how it works?" Izuku asked. 𝗀𝐻 nodded wordlessly, his mouth hanging slightly open. Izuku smirked and spun the dial so the plates lined up in the configuration he knew would work best. He'd triple-checked the right combination because he'd known he would have to demonstrate the mask to 𝗀𝐻, and he wanted it to be perfect. "Your quirk can't be run through a microphone or a voice modulator, or else it ceases to work. However, there are other ways to change the way a voice sounds," Izuku said, except it wasn't his own voice that came from his mouth, it was 𝗀𝐻's. 𝗀𝐻's eye practically popped out of his head, and he jumped backward. "How did you do that?" "These metal plates distort sound. When placed at the proper angle in relation to each other, you can mimic anyone's voice while still using your own." Izuku unclipped the mask and frowned at it. The sound was a bit too tinny to be a person's voice. Not super noticeable, but enough to defeat the purpose of the mask. He would have to find a way to fix that. Maybe he could use a different metal, or some kind of special coating. Thus retaining your ability to brainwash, he finished, barely remembering he hadn't completed his thought. "That's incredible. 𝗫𝐸's fingers twitched, and he moved toward Izuku. Can I try it? Of course, it was meant for you. Izuku held it out to him, showing 𝗫𝐸 how to secure it around his neck. Of course, it will probably take a while to learn how to mimic voices. You'll need to experiment with it a lot. And it's a prototype, not the final version. I still need to adjust some things and of course make it look nice. Izuku eyed the shiny metal apparatus attached to 𝗫𝐸's face. I'll probably paint it black. Black suits you. 𝗫𝐸 nodded and fitted the mask onto his face, speaking quietly while adjusting the knobs. Izuku chuckled and turned back to his notes, jotting down the things he needed to fix and listing different metals he could use that would produce a more realistic sound. It was several moments until 𝗫𝐸 placed the mask back in front of him, and Izuku looked up. You can take it home, by the way. Class is almost over anyway. I'll just need it back when we collaborate with the support course again so I can make some adjustments. Izuku straightened and stretched, smiling when his back emitted a loud popping sound. He had spent way too long hunched over the device, but it was worth it. Anything to make 𝗫𝐸 trust him. I still don't understand, 𝗫𝐸 murmured, his fingers playing with the strap of the mask. Why? Izuku sighed. Of course he wouldn't understand. From what Izuku could gather, 𝗫𝐸 had never had a real friend before. Honestly, I did it because you helped me, and I wanted to return the favor. I noticed a deficit with your quirk, and I decided to fix it and help you become the best version of yourself. Izuku eyed 𝗫𝐸, but the boy's eyes were still narrowed as if he didn't think Izuku's words made sense. Izuku sighed. If you can't accept the fact that I did it because I want to help you, think of it this way. I want to transfer into the support course. If you use that device to win the sports festival, it'll guarantee my acceptance and help me find a job with a hero agency in the future. There. He should be able to accept that. 𝗫𝐸's posture relaxed, and he nodded. Thank you, he finally said, raising his purple eyes to meet Izuku's. The bags under his eyes seemed lighter, and the grimace he wore almost seemed to turn into a smile. Do you have a name for it yet? No. Izuku shook his head. You can name it. After all, you'll be the one using it. Persona chords, 𝗫𝐸 muttered almost immediately, and Izuku chuckled inwardly. I might actually be able to win with this. And transfer into the hero course, Izuku added, shuffling his notes into a pile and shoving them into his backpack. By the way, have you thought of a costume yet? 𝗫𝐸 shook his head. I don't want anything special. The gym uniforms work just fine. Of course not. He's not very flashy. Once again, Izuku was reminded of Eraserhead. The pro hero was very secretive, probably because his quirk worked best when you didn't know he was around. All right. Just remember to practice your physical abilities as much as your quirk. Since your quirk isn't a fighting quirk, you're going to need to make up for that with raw skill. Izuku began tidying up his area, placing pieces he would need for later alterations in the basket with his name on it. Pick a fighting style and master it, he advised. You know a lot, 𝗫𝐸 remarked. I've studied heroes my entire life. I've always been obsessed with them. I wanted to make sure I knew exactly how I was going to become a hero myself. Izuku's hands stilled, and his jaw clenched. Of course, that never happened, but the least I can do is apply my knowledge to my friends. I will follow your advice. 𝗫𝐸 finally picked up the mask and carefully placed it into his school bag, his eyes hesitating on it for a moment too long before he zipped up the bag. Thanks again. Of course. Izuku brushed off his hands before shoving his basket into a cubby designated for him. I'm here to help if you ever need me to. I'll keep that in mind. 𝗫𝐸's eye traveled to the clock hanging on the wall, and Izuku followed his gaze. They only had 3 minutes left until the period ended and lunch began. Izuku's stomach growled at the thought, and he suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten breakfast that morning, or dinner the night before. I forgot to pack a lunch too. Izuku groaned inwardly. His absent-mindedness would be his demise one day, he knew it. I have a question, if you don't mind. ―――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――――
Sure, what is it? How'd you get that scar?
――――― pointed to the right side of 𝐬𝐻𝐻's face, and 𝐬𝐻𝐻's hand raised to the scar by force of habit.
It's big.
Kind of looks like your skull was smashed in. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 thought of that morning, and the fiasco that had followed Ida asking the same question. Luckily though, answering would be far easier this time. I'd rather not talk about it. He knew ――― would respect his wishes. ――― may have some semblance of concern for 𝐬𝐻𝐻, but that would never overrule his sense of privacy. ――― nodded and pointed instead to the strips of cloth wrapped around both of 𝐬𝐻𝐻's forearms.
And those?
Why do you wear those every day?
More scars.
𝐬𝐻𝐻 habitually tugged on the wraps to make sure they were firmly in place.
Like the one on my face.
I can't really hide that one, but I can with these.
――― nodded.
Must be annoying to have people ask you about it all the time. I understand why you'd cover them.
It was annoying, but it wasn't like 𝐬𝐻𝐻 could say that, so he shrugged instead.
I don't mind. Asking shows that people care. I just don't like to think about that day, is all.
I'm sorry for prying, ――― said, despite what 𝐬𝐻𝐻 had just explained, and the bell rang.
Students began to filter out of the classroom, waving goodbye to their instructor, and 𝐬𝐻𝐻 started forward before realizing ――― hadn't moved an inch.
Time for lunch, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 said, trying to cue ――― in that it was time to leave.
――― merely nodded, a muscle in his jaw twitching as he angled his face away.
Oh, I see.
𝐬𝐻𝐻 smirked before carefully schooling his expression back into concerned happiness.
Do you want to come eat with me and my friends?
Although I must warn you, I'm probably going to steal some of your lunch.
I forgot to pack any.
𝐬𝐻𝐻 didn't miss the relieved smile that passed over ―――'s face, despite how hard the boy tried to hide it.
Sure, he muttered, pushing off the counter and grabbing his bag.
You can have as much of my lunch as you'd like.
Pay back for the mask.
𝐬𝐻𝐻 laughed softly, making sure ――― wouldn't hear it.
Whatever makes you feel better, buddy.
They entered into the lunchroom together, and 𝐬𝐻𝐻 led ――― to the table where Ida and Uriarika sat. They both greeted the purple-haired boy with warm smiles and firm handshakes.
――― seemed a bit uncomfortable at first, but he slowly began to relax as he spoke with the three friends.
𝐬𝐻𝐻 watched them with lidded eyes, dully noting their peaceful interactions. Seems I've managed to make plenty of powerful friends just fine.
His gaze found ―――.
Especially him. As he snacked on the offerings his friends gave him from their own lunches, his mind began to wander. He stared at the two hero course students, pondering what the next day had in store for them. I wonder if they'll survive. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 wasn't sure, and although All for One had forbidden him from watching the spectacle, he planned on doing so anyway.
He would just need to ensure he wasn't caught.
At the very least it should be interesting. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 took another bite of donated food, his lips pulling into a frown.
Shigaraki, I hope your plan succeeds.
𝐬𝐻𝐻 slid his last knife into his knife vest, shooting himself a smile in the bathroom mirror. It looked more like a grimace, but he figured that was good enough and slid his shirt over the vest in one smooth motion. A knock sounded on the door behind him, and he rolled his eyes, already knowing who it was.
Are you done yet?
Toga asked from behind the door, still knocking.
I've gotta pee.
You don't need to pee, you just want to see my scars, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 shot back, picking up the two strips of cloth he'd left crumbled on a pile on the counter.
Fine, she admitted.
You're totally right. There was a pause as 𝐬𝐻𝐻 wrapped the first cloth around his left forearm.
Please, she whined, scratching at the door like she was some sort of cat.
𝐬𝐻𝐻 sighed and tied off the end of the cloth, tucking the loose ends into the rest of the wrap.
Whatever.
Reaching out, he unlocked the door, and it fell open, depositing a surprised Toga onto the floor of the tiny bathroom. Raising an eyebrow at Toga as she smiled up at him hungrily, he held out the second cloth.
You can do the right one.
I have a hard time doing it properly anyway. She jumped to her feet and grabbed the cloth with one hand and his wrist with the other.
The feel of her gaze raking up and down the exposed underside of his wrist sent unpleasant chills up and down his spine. "Don't even think about it," he warned, already knowing she was going to attempt to lick him. "Hurry up, I can't be late." Must suck, pretending to be a hero all day. Toga made a face and traced one of her long fingernails against his wrist, and Izuku shuddered, his hand subconsciously closing into a fist. "I've been doing that my entire life anyway." Izuku shrugged, unwilling to admit that he was finding it more and more difficult. He couldn't have anyone thinking he was unable to do his job, especially not Toga. Toga sighed and began to wrap the cloth around his forearm, a little too tight for his liking, but it would do. "So, are you going to be there?" She raised her gaze from his arm to his eyes, her fangs gleaming as she smiled. "All for one forbid it," he responded. "That's not an answer." "Of course not," he amended. "I wouldn't dream of defying his orders." "Are you sure?" Toga's eyes gleamed. "You seem like the rebellious type. Besides, who would want to miss such a spectacle? Today is the day we're going to kill All Might, you know." Izuku's jaw clenched, but he didn't reply. Toga tzked softly as she aggressively knotted the cloth around his arm, and he hissed sharply as pain spiked up his arm. She smirked, and Izuku scowled and retracted his arm. "Well, just in case you want to, it's going to be in the USJ. After lunch." Toga twirled and backed off from his personal space, much to his relief. She leaned against the doorway, peering at him through one open eye. "I would love to see you there, Izuku." He avoided her gaze as he tucked the ends of the cloth against his skin, his mind racing. He knew Shigaraki planned on attacking Yue today, but as All for One had forbidden him from attending, he hadn't been privy to the exact details. He had been expecting to have to figure it out himself, so Toga's words were helpful. And yet, he couldn't let her get the wrong idea about his loyalty. "I think you're forgetting," he began, his tone so dark it made her stiffen. "All for One saved my life. I owe him everything, and I would certainly never disobey him." He raised his gaze to meet hers and narrowed his eyes, channeling the negative energy he had perfected long ago. Even Toga, as crazy and bloodthirsty as she was, would be unable to withstand his aura now. "You, on the other hand, have no tie to him. I'm the one who brought you here. Don't give me a reason to get rid of you." They both knew All for One respected and trusted Izuku far more than the two recruits he'd brought to the League of Villains with him. To his pleasure, she began to shake, and even though she no doubt tried to hide it, her eyes reflected the terror she felt inside. Izuku internally thanked his mentor for helping him master the art of intimidation. "Yes, Midoriya," she finally muttered, lowering her head. "I'm sorry. Of course you would do no such thing. I shouldn't have suggested it. And you shouldn't have told me Shigaraki's plan. He would kill you for less." Izuku raised a finger to catch her attention and smiled brightly. "But I like you, Toga, so I'll keep this between us just this once." He winked, knowing exactly the effect that would have on her. Her cheeks flushed a bright red, and she grinned widely as her stance shifted to a more relaxed position. "I like you too, Izuku." She stuck out her tongue, winking slowly as if to ensure he would notice. "Don't push it," he warned, his tone now flat. She simply giggled and pranced out of the bathroom, her skirt bouncing with her movement. Once she left, Izuku spun to the mirror and grinned lazily as he brushed hair out of his eyes. "Manipulating her is almost too easy. Now she owes me, even though really she did me a favor." Izuku loosened the wrap she'd tied, wincing as he did so. "I love it when things go my way." Midoriya, Shinso's soft voice touched Izuku's ears, and his head snapped up, eyes wide as he fought to process what was going on. "You were zoning out again," Shinso noted. "Oh, sorry." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and smiled brightly at the boy. They stood together in the rocky interior of one of Yue's many training grounds. Shinso had been testing out his new persona chords on Izuku in an attempt to prepare himself for the sports festival. "I guess I just have a lot on my mind today. Is anything wrong?" Shinso asked, unclasping the persona chords and letting them fall to his neck. Though the boy attempted to seem indifferent, 𝐬𝐻𝐬 could see the hint of concern on his face. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 frowned and rubbed his scar. No, nothing's wrong. I'm just thinking about the sports festival. 𝐸𝐻𝐸 and 𝐈𝐬 said they had 2 students there on recommendation in their class. They will be your main competition. I need to figure out what their quirks are and how to defeat them. 𝗀𝐸's eyebrows rose. I never would have thought about that. Most of the gifted don't. They're too used to focusing on improving their quirks. But the key to winning doesn't lie within you or your quirk, it lies within your opponent's weaknesses and how you can exploit them. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 shrugged. It's easier to figure that out when you don't have a power to rely on. The gifted? 𝐬𝐻𝐬 blinked and rubbed his eyes. I guess that might sound a little condescending. People with quirks, he corrected. I see. 𝗀𝐸 turned to look at their teacher, who was speaking with another student. It was almost time for lunch, and the closer the bell came to ringing, the more jittery 𝐬𝐻𝐬 felt. In reality, he hadn't been thinking of the sports festival at all. No, he was pondering how he was going to get out of class and get to the USJ without arousing any suspicion. He could fake an injury, but if it wasn't too bad, recovery girl would simply fix it, and if it was too bad, his mother would find out about it. At least I won't have to worry about missing anything important. After lunch, General Studies was once again meeting up with the business course. Luckily, at the end of the sports festival, the General Studies students could choose which course they would like to focus on for the rest of the year, which meant 𝐬𝐻𝐬 only had 2 weeks of listening to the dry instructor drone on about finances and responsible decision-making, or whatever it was that he was teaching. 𝐬𝐻𝐬? 𝗀𝐸 asked, and 𝐬𝐻𝐬's head shot up, surprised at the use of his first name. At 𝗀𝐸's quizzical face, he suddenly realized he must have been trying to get 𝐬𝐻𝐬's attention for a while and resorted to his given name as a last resort. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 sighed and smacked the right side of his face lightly. Get it together. Sorry, can you repeat that? 𝗀𝐸's lips stretched in the ghost of a smile, only to fall a moment later. Do you resent us? Who? The gifted. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 blinked, the answer an immediate, resounding yes. But could he say that? After all, resentment wasn't the trait of a hero. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 was supposed to be enamored with the heroes, desiring only to assist them. How could such a person resent the very people he was to serve? Yes, 𝐬𝐻𝐬 finally admitted, and 𝗀𝐸's gaze snapped to his, eyes widening. Clearly he hadn't been expecting that response. Sometimes I hate them so much it hurts. He pushed his clenched fist against his chest, desiring to smother the tightness now gathered there. I would have given anything to have a quirk, but none of you ever had to try, freely given the very thing I would have killed to obtain. It's not fair. I would have been an amazing hero. He angled his face away from 𝗀𝐸 to hide the snarl written clearly across his face. Sniffing, 𝐬𝐻𝐬 rubbed his closed fist against his dry eyes before dropping it to his side. 𝐸𝐻𝐸, 𝗀𝐸 started, but 𝐬𝐻𝐬 held up a hand to stop him. He took a moment to smooth his face back into earnest kindness and sucked in deeply. But, 𝐬𝐻𝐬 started, raising his head to fix 𝗀𝐸 with a sincere stare, I'd never let my anger get in the way of my values. I've accepted my position, and I've met some of the greatest people I've ever known here. You, 𝐸𝐻𝐸, and 𝐈𝐬 are my best friends. And honestly, when I think about all the good you'll do with your quirks, that makes all of this worth it. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 put on his most charming smile and tilted his head, knowing his aura was practically sparkling now. 𝗀𝐸's hand brushed the back of his neck, and he stared at the ground. You're a better person than me, 𝐸𝐻𝐸. 𝐬𝐻𝐬 shook his head and raised a finger. Not really. At 𝗀𝐸's questioning glance, he elaborated, don't you hate them too? 𝗀𝐸's jaw dropped as if he'd been struck, and he shuffled a step back, seemingly subconsciously. I mean, all those people who told you you'd be better suited to being a villain. That brainwashing wasn't a hero's gift. Don't you hate them, even if it's just a tiny bit? 𝐬𝐻𝐬 pinched his thumb and forefinger together in front of his eye to demonstrate just how small that hate could be. 𝗀𝐸 stared at his hand for a very long moment before he clutched the persona chords, staring at them almost dismally.
I suppose you're right. I do, kind of. A triumphant grin flashed across Izuku's face, but he managed to mask it before 𝗀𝐸 looked at him again. Then you understand, he finished, spreading out his hands as if he was shrugging. The bell rang, and both of them looked at the ceiling. Suddenly, all of Izuku's nervousness came back to him, and he patted his chest, assured to feel the firm knife vest under his shirt. Lunch, then? He asked 𝗀𝐸, who nodded. They went to the locker rooms together and changed back into their school uniforms. In the lunchroom, they sat with Ida and Uraraka as they had the day before. Izuku pulled out his lunchbox, staring at the shiny metal surface. So, Ida, Uraraka, how did class go? Ida got elected class representative. Uraraka crowed, smiling brightly at the blue-haired boy. Ida grinned and slammed his fist onto his chest. I promise to do my best. Very nice, Izuku remarked, opening his lunchbox and resisting the urge to roll his eyes. You do seem the type. Congratulations, 𝗀𝐸 acknowledged. Exactly what I was thinking. Izuku directed his attention to his food, lost in thought, the issue of how to get out of class weighing heavily on his mind. Izuku is super good at combat. Maybe he can teach you, Uraraka's voice interrupted Izuku's rumination, and he looked up, surprised to see everyone staring at him. His mouth opened, but he quickly closed it again once he realized his cheeks were still stuffed with half-chewed food. Is that true, Midoriya? 𝗀𝐸 asked, his thin eyebrows drawn over his deep-set eyes. Something about his expression seemed off to Izuku. Was he disappointed? I saw it myself. Ida nodded solemnly, pointing a flat palm in Izuku's direction. He took down one of the 0-point robots during the entrance exam. And saved my life, Uraraka added. I did not. The teachers wouldn't have let you get hurt, Izuku thought, but he couldn't say that out loud. He quickly swallowed his food, but he immediately began choking, preventing him from interjecting. It was awesome. The way he swung through the air, it was almost as if he flew. Uraraka waved her hands expressively in the air, her face turning red as her excitement grew. 𝗀𝐸 watched with no expression, but his fingers tapped rapidly against the tabletop. Indeed. Ida nodded, adjusting his glasses with one finger. He is truly skilled. I believe he uses knives. Not just any knives. They're specialized. Uraraka crossed her arms and pouted. Of course, I didn't get to see them up close, but I bet they're awesome. Hold on, you can't talk about this. Izuku pounded his fist on the table, drawing everyone's attention. Clearing his throat, he struggled to speak. What are you talking about? He silently cursed his brain, so easily distracted. I always have to be on guard around these people. How could I let this conversation get away from me? I was telling them that I need to train my martial arts skill in order to make up for how non-combative my quirk is. 𝗀𝐸 lowered his head, frowning softly. I'm pretty sure you're the one who told me that. He's offended that I didn't offer to train him, Izuku realized. Look, I put away my knives once I got into UA. I'm not a hero, I'm tech support. Ida hummed, his hand over his chin. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I remember you telling me you didn't want to fight anymore. We shouldn't have volunteered you without your permission. Uraraka nodded enthusiastically, clasping her hands over her chest. Izuku felt like cursing loudly in all of their faces, but he instead gripped his chopsticks so hard he could feel them bending under the strain. Staring at his lap, he struggled to recover his easygoing air. He couldn't very well tell them that he didn't offer to train 𝗀𝐸 because he couldn't risk having any of his moves recognized in battle. You don't have to if you don't want to, 𝗀𝐸 muttered, his eyes on his food, frowning deeply. Izuku could feel all of his hard-earned progress slipping through his fingers, and he squeezed his eyes shut, cursing as loud as he could in his head. No, he finally managed to get out through gritted teeth. I can. I didn't think you'd want to learn from someone like me. Like you? 𝗀𝐸 asked, his emotionless eyes now on Izuku. Quirkless. Izuku sighed and laid down his chopsticks,
his appetite entirely gone. I hope Shigaraki kills them today. I'm sure you'd rather be trained by someone who has a quirk. I don't care about that, 𝗫𝐸 responded immediately, his lips twisted into a grim line. In fact, you'd be a better teacher than any of the gifted. My quirk isn't useful in full-on battle. I'm practically quirkless myself when it really comes down to it. No, you aren't, 𝐬𝐸 snapped. He almost said it out loud, but he managed to bite down on his tongue at the last moment, squirting blood into the back of his throat. Right. I know that. I guess I'm just used to no. I'll train you. He smiled wanly. 𝗫𝐸's eyebrows furrowed. You really don't have to. Don't feel obligated. I can find someone else. I promised you I'd help you win the sports festival. 𝐬𝐸 clenched his fist in front of him, allowing his eyes to fill up with determination. I should have offered a long time ago. I'm sorry that I assumed the worst of you. He smiled, raising his shoulders as he did so. 𝗫𝐸 smiled briefly, the second time he'd done so that day. Okay. Thank you. Uraraka clapped her hand, smiling brightly, although her eyes seemed exquisitely sad for some reason. I'm glad that worked out. 𝗫𝐸, you really couldn't ask for a better teacher. 𝐬𝐸 is amazing. 𝐬𝐸 stared at his bent chopsticks, his stomach churning with anger, and it took all of his self-control not to frown. Now I have to find someone else who can train 𝗫𝐸, someone even better than me so I can reasonably excuse myself from it without seeming like a jerk. His head began to pound, and he rubbed his scar absent-mindedly. Being a hero is absolutely exhausting. I wish I was back with Master. Oh, right, did you hear that some reporters snuck into the school earlier today and triggered the alarm? Uraraka leaned forward conspiratorially. Aizawa was seriously annoyed that he had to deal with them. I cannot believe they dare trample onto school grounds. These are hallowed halls of learning, and should not be subjected to such disrespect. Ida pounded his fist into his other hand, earning an amused smile from Uraraka. 𝐬𝐸 blinked and placed his chopsticks back into his lunchbox, buckling it tight. That's right. It doesn't matter how much I hate it here. I'm here for a reason, and I won't let it all go to waste. Just as 𝐬𝐸 was placing his lunchbox back into his backpack, the alarm began to ring, red flashing lights filling the cafeteria. The loud sound was ear-splitting, and he winced, covering his ears with both hands. What's going on? Uraraka yelled, straining to be heard over the alarm. Someone's breached the campus. We have to get out, Ida responded, standing and motioning for everyone to follow him. Leave your things behind. Your lives are more important. 𝐬𝐸 followed him to the exit, noting that everyone in the lunchroom was rushing to do the same. They managed to make it to the hall outside of the lunchroom, but there they stopped, stuck there by the large mass of students pushing against each other. Where do we go? Uraraka yelled. There are set exit plans. Weren't you paying attention? Never mind, just follow me. Ida motioned forward, but even he couldn't push through the crowd. I just had a thought, 𝐬𝐸 started, his voice loud enough that the other students nearby could clearly hear him. What if the reporters earlier weren't actually reporters? What if there are already villains in the school? Murmurs immediately spread throughout the crowd, the students around him repeating his words. Although he had already been stretching reality with his initial statement, the more students his speculations passed through, the more drastic they began, like a twisted game of telephone. This is even better than what I had planned. 𝐬𝐸 grinned softly. Midoriya. Ida scolded. That's not what we need right now. We need to stay calm and get to the exit. Actually, that's the opposite of what I need, 𝐬𝐸 thought. Sorry, he said out loud. Ida turned back to the exit, and 𝐬𝐸 allowed himself to be moved through the crowd until he was separated from them. I won't stay here. I won't let myself be killed, he yelled desperately, clawing at the people near him. He pretended to trip and slam into a big boy standing next to him, almost toppling them both over. Hey, watch it, twerp. The boy shoved him off.
If anyone's getting out of here, it's me. They'll go after the weakest ones, Izuku continued, moving to a different section of the crowd, stepping on as many toes as he could and pushing people when they weren't looking. Only the strong survive. The grumblings in the crowd increased, and Izuku thought he could hear Ida yelling somewhere in the crowd, but he couldn't make out the words. I'm going to make sure those villains know not to mess with my quirk, he called in a different section of the crowd. Nearby, he heard a scream as someone used their quirk to push through the crowd. Izuku grinned and stopped in place, the crowd increasingly becoming more and more turbulent. Now he didn't even need to say anything, as the students themselves became more and more desperate to get out of the school at any cost. Soon, the shouts of "What's going on?" became replaced with screams of pain and commands like, "Get out of my way." Izuku dodged out of the way of someone with a speed quirk bowling through people in the hall, leaving injured students in their wake. He smirked and raised his arms to the ceiling, allowing the sound of chaos to wash over him. He'd successfully created a mob of some of the most dangerous people in the world. Truly an amazing thing, how easy this was. Izuku's smirk transformed into a full-blown grin, and glee brewed in his stomach and spread to his lungs. Their screams are music to my ears. Midoriya. Someone grabbed his shoulder, and Izuku spun, one of his knives in hand. He blinked when he saw it was ♯who had grabbed him, and he quickly slipped the knife back into its sheath, relieved the hallway was so hectic his knife hadn't been noticed. You got separated from us. Uraraka was worried. Izuku would have smirked, but he didn't have time. Watch out, he screamed, pushing ♯out of the way when someone with an abnormally large head charged between them. The boy's head rammed into Izuku's shoulder, carrying him across a large expanse of the hall before he finally fell to the ground, only to be trampled by a crush of panicking students. Izuku winced from where he lay on the ground. That dislocated my shoulder, he acknowledged. Could have been worse. How embarrassing though. He closed his eyes and sighed. It was necessary. Without thinking twice, he popped his shoulder back into place before curling onto his side, trying his best to ignore the feet pounding across his entire body. Izuku, he heard ♯'s voice from nearby, and he peeked out of his cocoon to see the frantic boy pushing through the crowd, his normally calm demeanor completely in disarray. His eyes moved erratically as he scanned the crowd. Izuku, where are you? He yelled again, cupping his hands around his mouth. Over here. Izuku responded, his voice somewhat soft. He raised his left arm, and ♯'s eyes caught the movement, relief darting across his face. It took a few minutes, but the boy eventually managed to push through the crowd to Izuku's side, where he helped him stand. Izuku winced. I think my arm is broken, he whispered, barely loud enough to be heard over the noise. That idiot. What was he thinking, charging through a crowded hall like that? ♯shook his head, his jaw clenching as he glared at the students around them. He was just trying to save himself. I understand. Izuku's face drained of blood, and he sagged against ♯'s shoulder, barely holding himself up. My ankle, he hissed. Just hold on, all right? We're almost out. ♯'s eyes lit up when he saw Ida nearby. Let's get with the others. Do you think you can handle that? Izuku nodded and straightened, clenching his jaw tight as he shuffled alongside ♯. After a minute, they arrived back at Ida and Uraraka's side. Uraraka gasped and immediately went to Izuku, touching his arm. He yelped in pain, and she drew back. What happened? Her voice reached an octave Izuku hadn't been aware she could reach, and he winced at the sheer power behind the screech. Some idiot ran into him while using his quirk. I think the fall sprained his ankle or something. ♯ looked down as Izuku balanced on one leg, his head sagging forward. This is disgraceful. Ida glanced around before doing a double take. Wait, look. He pointed out of the windows to the front lawn of the school. There are reporters. What does that mean? ♯snapped, sweat dripping down his face. It means that they're the ones who set off the alarms. There are no villains. Ida glanced around widely. We have to let everyone know. That will help get the situation under control. Izuku, his face covered by the shadows from his hair, twisted his mouth into a grin. Good catch, Ida. Midoriya, can you? Ida's face fell when he turned to Izuku. No, of course not. How? Ida only took a moment to think about it before he smacked his fist into his palm. Of course. Uraraka, can you make me float? Of course, but why? She asked, although her hand was already halfway extended toward him. I'm going to boost myself over to the top of that exit sign. Ida pointed to the sign above the opening that led to the rest of the school. I'll tell everyone that there are no villains and restore order. Good plan, Ida. Uraraka laid her 5 fingers against Ida's arm, and he immediately began to float. He activated the engines on his legs, shouting something, although Izuku didn't care to hear it. A moment later, Ida's strong voice echoed over the hall, and everyone went silent as he explained to them that there were no villains, and they were completely safe. Soon, everything quieted, except the cries of those who had been injured. Ida returned to the 3 of them, taking Shinso's place in helping to support Izuku. Now, we need to get all of these people to the sick bay. Although there might not be room. Izuku didn't miss the concern in Ida's voice, and he almost scoffed. I'm too good. Soon, teachers began filing into the hallway, directing the non-injured students to class and helping the injured to the sick bay. The line extended out of the room where Recovery Girl practiced, and Izuku sat against the wall, waving goodbye to his friends. As soon as they were out of sight, he stood and brushed himself off, walking away from the med bay hallway without a backward glance. He was sure he gathered no attention. Many students milled around, helping their friends to sit on the hard floor. A few who had healing quirks went to those who were severely injured in an attempt to help ease their pains. No one would notice one supposedly injured student leaving the scene. Went off without a hitch, Izuku noted, grabbing his backpack from those left behind in the cafeteria, which was empty for the time being. He exited the school and practically skipped in the direction of the USJ, the screams of the students echoing in his mind. He twirled in the privacy of the woods, opening his arms to welcome the warm sun as it fell across his face. It's like a lullaby, he yelled, a choked laugh erupting from his throat. The suffering of the blessed. He lowered his arms and clutched at his chest, where his heart thudded deep in his rib cage with excitement. And that's not even the best part, he muttered to himself, setting off through the grounds once again. It's bound to get much, much worse. He dropped the backpack at the base of a tree and shucked off his shirt, revealing his knife vest. The vest was mostly black and hugged Izuku's body tightly. The best part, in his opinion, was the red thread that depicted a depraved smile, blood pouring from the eyes and mouth. The insignia was placed on the back of the vest, proudly grinning at anyone who dared approach him from behind. Today, there will be blood, Izuku declared, fishing out his mask from his backpack and fitting it over his face. It was styled in much the same way as his vest, with a large metal grin and 2 eye holes covered in black mesh, all set into a blood-red metal. Next came the hood, black with 2 almost ear-like appendages. He pulled it over his head and attached it to his mask and vest with the built-in clips, ensuring it wouldn't fall off and reveal his hair. He changed into his black plants and clipped on his utility belt, which of course both included weapons with more variety than the knives strapped to his chest. Within a few minutes, Izuku's costume was complete as he pulled on his red gloves and combat boots, which of themselves had a few hidden weapons stored inside. He hid his backpack in the branches of the tree and set off once again toward the USJ, running full tilt this time, his sturdy boots making the journey much easier than his tennis shoes. If we have any luck, Izuku continued, many of them will die today. He smiled, his grin almost matching the one etched onto his mask. As they deserve. He's not here. Disappointment washed over Izuku like a wave, and he dropped to his knees. Below, within the confines of the wall he sat atop of, the students of Class 1A spoke with Eraserhead and the Hero 13. Should I let Shigaraki know? Izuku scanned what he could see of the USJ, not seeing a trace of the villains, although they would probably choose to teleport here using Kuroji's quirk. No, I can't. I wasn't even supposed to be here. A moment later, darkness appeared on the platform at the front of the USJ, and from out of the void stepped Shigaraki and quite a few other villains, although Izuku didn't recognize any of them. As a grand finale, Shigaraki's Nomu stepped through the portal and stopped next to Shigaraki, towering far above him. Izuku had never seen a Nomu before, and it looked even worse than he thought. Kind of like a giant bird, he thought before sighing deeply. What's the point of all this when All Might isn't here? That was the whole goal of the mission. Some talking ensued, but then Eraserhead jumped into action to attack the group of villains. Izuku watched closely, interested in how Eraserhead intended to fight off all the villains by himself. The scarf he wore around his neck suddenly came to life, keeping the villains at bay and attacking when an opening was provided. No doubt he's erasing their quirks as well. I'm not entirely sure how that works. Izuku frowned, his mind kicking into overdrive. Wait, how is he controlling that cloth? That's definitely not a part of his quirk. Does that mean anyone can do that? Even someone without a quirk? Izuku looked down at his knives, wondering how useful it would be if he could control their movements even after throwing them. Well, I suppose I can ask him. I doubt Shigaraki will kill him, as his quirk would be useful for all for one. Glancing back at the battle, Izuku noticed that Kurojirai had separated the students, teleporting them and several other villains into different spots in the USJ. Ida and Uraraka were both left behind to face off against Kurojirai along with a few of their other classmates and 13. I don't know if Uraraka will survive. Her quirk isn't offensive, and I can't imagine she knows martial arts. Izuku shrugged. Oh well. Zero gravity probably isn't interesting enough to warrant keeping her alive for all for one. Screams from below caught his attention, and he peered over the edge again to see 13 fall to the ground. Kurojirai cackled, and Izuku smiled. He used 13's own ability against the hero through his portals. That's exactly why he's Shigaraki's protector. A flash of movement caught his eye, and Izuku blinked as Ida revved up his engines, sprinting toward the exit. Izuku tensed and sat up a little, his hand slipping into his utility belt to ready himself. Will he make it to the exit? He eyed the distance between Ida and the exit dubiously. Of course, Kurojirai could teleport to him at any time, but if the other students found his weak spot. Kurojirai roared with frustration, and although Izuku couldn't really see what was going on, he figured the villain had been successfully stopped. Did I jinx him? Izuku wondered, turning around to swiftly descend the chain he'd used to climb up the wall in the first place. Don't worry Kurojirai, I will fix your mistake. About halfway down the wall, Izuku turned to see Ida barely squeeze out of the USJ doors, his face red with exertion. Right. Raising a collapsible blowgun to his mouth, Izuku breathed in deeply, concentrating on the blur that was Ida. Now, he thought, exhaling quickly through the tube. Izuku lowered the narrow tube, watching with narrowed eyes to see if he'd been successful. Ida slowed, then fell to the ground in a tumble of limbs, rolling forward a couple times before finally stopping, his face mushed into the dirt. Nailed it. Izuku smirked and climbed down the rest of the wall before skipping over to the hero. Tilting his head, he observed the unconscious student, his face dirty and scuffed from the fall. Out of the back of his neck sprouted a tiny dart, the source of his sudden sleepiness. Izuku reached down and plucked the dart from his neck, tucking it back into his utility belt for reuse later. Due to the nature of Ida's costume, the only exposed skin was his head and neck, which would have been a problem for anyone else, but Izuku had perfect aim, a result of many months of practice with the best mentor he could have asked for. I'm glad he wasn't wearing a helmet. He nudged the boy's face with his boot. If he had been, I would have had to confront him directly, and I'd rather avoid any witnesses. Placing his foot on the back of his prey, he turned back to the USJ, eyes narrowed in thought. What do I do now? There was no doubt in Izuku's mind that the League of Villains would win the fight, likely killing many of the students. But that wasn't the point. The point was to attack All Might in an area where he would be unable to call for help. So I need to get All Might here. Izuku turned in the direction of the main school building. But the rest of the staff would get involved as well, and that would cause unnecessary problems. His eyes suddenly widened. But wait! All Might is a true hero. If he finds out his students are in trouble, he'll come rushing over here without any backup. He's faster than the rest and sure to arrive first. Izuku straightened and kicked Ida in the side. Guess I didn't need to take you out after all. But then again, I think it's better if I do this myself. Leaving the boy lying there, Izuku took off for the main school building, concentrating on running as fast as he could. All we need is for All Might to face off against that Nomu. With his injury, he doesn't have a chance of winning against All for One's creation. Izuku's eyes narrowed. I'll do whatever it takes to get rid of him. Izuku crouched in the bushes outside of the window of Class 3B, eyes narrowed as he observed the students inside. The class was smaller than he would have expected, although some of them might be injured or helping clean up the disaster that took place after lunch. He's not here, he thought, ripping off the leaves of the bush he hid behind to vent his frustration. Gah, why is nothing going right all of a sudden? Just then, a tall blonde-haired boy entered the room and smiled at everyone, raising a big thumbs up. His classmates crowded around him, and Izuku almost shouted from excitement. There you are. Raising one of his pre-picked rocks, Izuku threw it toward the glass. Mirio Togata, look over here, Izuku willed, throwing another rock at the window. Mirio's gaze shot from his classmates to the window, but unfortunately, so did a few others. Izuku stayed still until everyone's attention was off the window before trying again, with much the same result. It took a few throws, but finally Mirio walked toward the glass and motioned for his classmates to address something on the whiteboard. Mirio stared out the window, his blue eyes squinted as he scanned the shrubbery. After assuring himself that no one else was looking, Izuku popped up from his hiding spot, earning a small jump from the other boy. Izuku stared at him for a long moment before motioning for Mirio to follow him and walking deeper into the forest, disappearing out of sight from the window. Izuku leaned against a nearby tree and scratched at his arms, waiting for the arrival of his quarry. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. Who are you and what do you want? Mirio asked, coming out of the shrubbery with his fists already held high. Calm down, I'm not here to hurt you. Izuku raised his hands to show his empty hands, although he longed for nothing more than to stab the boy right between his brightly colored eyes. Your costume would suggest otherwise. You can believe whatever you want. Izuku lowered his hands. Villains have invaded the USJ. They're looking for All Might. They'll kill the students there if he doesn't get there soon. Izuku turned to walk away but stopped when Mirio's hand landed on his shoulder. He's fast. What? How do you know? His grip on Izuku's shoulder tightened. Are you one of the villains? Is this a hostage situation? I know because I was watching. Izuku shrugged off Mirio's hand. And no, I'm not one of them. Mirio was silent for a long time. His jaw clenched, and he looked back toward the building. Izuku could tell he was debating between pressing for more answers or immediately going for help. Leave, Izuku urged, but it was no use. And why are you telling me? Why wouldn't you tell a teacher or a hero? You and All Might are close, aren't you? Mirio's face automatically reddened, and he opened his mouth, no doubt to deny the claim, but Izuku had already seen enough. I mean, since you work under 𝐻𝐸, who used to be All Might's sidekick. Mirio's face relaxed, and Izuku scowled at him under his mask. Besides, you're the first person I've seen that I recognize. Can you tell me why most of the classrooms are empty and there are no teachers in sight? Mirio frowned. That's right, they're all in the sickbay or combining with other classes. But what do you mean, I'm the first person you recognize? You're one of UA's big three. 𝐻𝐸's in turn. Ringing a bell. Izuku shook his finger in Mirio's face. Surely you aren't as dense as you are talented. That still doesn't answer my question. Why don't you go to the principal's office and tell him yourself? Listen. Izuku sighed and brought his fingers up to press against his mask. This kid really isn't panicked enough given the situation. I don't belong here, all right? I broke in. I can't just walk into the school. I'll be arrested for trespassing, or they'll think I'm part of the villains attacking the school. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd rather not go to jail for a crime I didn't commit. He tilted his head. Although I guess I did trespass, but I'd rather no one knew that. Pressing his pointer finger against the smile of his mask, he said, so please don't tell anyone, all right? If you aren't a villain, who are you? I was hired by a news network. Izuku held up his hands when Mirio's mouth opened once more. I'm not going to say which one, for obvious reasons, but I was supposed to get reporters through the school's defenses. I did that, but then I got curious. That's all, honestly. Mirio stared at him for a long moment before nodding. All right. I guess I have no choice but to trust you. Right. Your classmates are probably dying as we speak. Izuku tilted his head. Well, good luck. You aren't going to help? Mirio frowned, almost as if he couldn't think of anything worse. Did you not hear what I just said about trespassing and getting arrested? Izuku waved a hand. Besides, once you tell All Might, he'll sort it all out. He's the best hero ever, right? Izuku grimaced underneath his mask as he shrugged. I did my part, and now I'm going home. Without waiting for a response, he ran through the woods, his attention focused on the tree where he'd left his backpack. Mirio didn't attempt to follow, and Izuku hoped he had gone to get All Might himself. After a few more minutes, Izuku stood under the tree where he'd hidden his backpack. Sighing, he slid the mask off his face and let his hood fall from his head. Dang! I didn't get to see anyone die. I guess 13 was injured. His shoulder hunched, and he found himself unable to raise his gaze from the ground. How disappointing. He kicked a small rock, smiling when it exploded on impact, although the euphoria quickly wore off and left him more upset than before. No matter how fast Izuku was, there was no way he could get back to the USJ before All Might did. And surely the rest of UA's staff would follow close behind, which meant if he went back to watch the fight, he'd no doubt get caught. What he had said to Mirio was true enough. Izuku had no desire to be arrested. Now back in his school uniform, Izuku trudged back to the school, headed toward his classroom. He figured he would pretend Recovery Girl had healed his arm and ankle and sent him back to class. Shortly before entering the building, he turned around and stared in the direction of the USJ, where he thought he could see smoke on the horizon. Show that hero who's stronger, Shigaraki. Izuku clenched his fist in front of him, wishing desperately he could be there to help. Kill him dead, tap, 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 tap. The sound was rapidly wearing on Izuku's nerves, but he couldn't help the way his leg bounced up and down with increasing speed. He sat on the steps leading to the school, his heart in his throat. He would have stood up to pace if that wouldn't only serve to make him look more suspicious. Did they do it? Are they dead? What happened? Should I leave? His thoughts raced faster than he could handle, and he pressed his palms to his temples, concentrating on breathing slowly. I'm glad I told ♯to go home. It's driving me crazy to not know how it went. Footsteps echoed behind him, and he jumped to his feet, swiveling so fast he fell to the ground once again, temporarily dizzy. He shook his head and straightened, wondering who was walking through the empty halls of UA long after the school day was over and the students had left. Sir, Izuku muttered, his eyes widening at the sight of Eraserhead, who was completely covered head to toe with bandages. What happened? Why are you not captured? He finished the thought in his head, pulling himself to his feet. Eraserhead tilted his head, his bloodshot eyes seeming even more so today. Are you waiting for your friends? Yes, Ida and Uraraka. Izuku's eyebrows relaxed, and the blood drained from his face. Wait, are they okay? Did something happen to them? They're fine. Eraserhead held up his hand to stop Izuku's tirade. They didn't seem hurt, but we sent them to Recovery Girl just in case. Well, why are you here, sir? You should be resting. I mean, I don't know what happened, but that's a lot of bandages.
Izuku waved his arms and shifted from foot to foot, inwardly wondering how the two hadn't been hurt. There's no way all the students managed to survive unscathed, right? Unless Shigaraki decided they weren't worth it after they dealt with All Might. I knew you'd be out here, and I wanted to ease your mind, Eraserhead said, taking a few more steps toward Izuku, his boots making a loud clacking sound that echoed around the empty school. Izuku's eyes traveled down his outfit, seeing it was torn and dirty. He certainly put up a fight. Although, I didn't expect any less from him. How did he manage to escape? Izuku's jaw tightened, and his stomach turned as he finally voiced the thought he'd been avoiding for the past few minutes. He seems rather calm, no way he'd be this calm if Shigaraki succeeded. So does that mean? How did you know, sir? Because you're a true hero, Izuku Midoriya. Eraserhead stopped a few feet away from Izuku, and his blood froze, all the thoughts in his head suddenly draining away. Excuse me. Izuku's fingers began to shake, and he tucked them into his pockets, hoping the pro hero wouldn't notice. You care about your friends more than anything. Despite not knowing what happened, or if they stood you up, you decided you stay here until they arrived. The teacher shook his head. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd stayed here until morning. That doesn't mean anything. Anyone would have done that. No, they wouldn't. I think you and I both know how cruel people can be. Izuku started, and his eyes darted to meet Eraserhead's, not expecting the hero to be staring at him with such a sharp look in his eyes. I guess, sir. Bakugo seems to have it out for you, probably has for a long time. And yet, it doesn't seem to bother you. It's almost inhuman. What, like my quirk is extreme optimism or something? Izuku snorted, sarcasm creeping into his tone. You don't need a quirk to be great. Eraserhead grabbed at his scarf, staring at it for a long moment. I can teach you. My binding cloth doesn't require a quirk to use. What are you talking about? Izuku stepped away, almost tripping and falling down the stairs in the process. I forgot I was standing on the steps. You could enter the sports festival. If you do well, you can transfer into the hero course. Eraserhead released his binding cloth and shrugged. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Yes, the whisper escaped Izuku's mouth before he could stop it, and he considered the word for a moment before shaking his head. But I can't. Why not? I saw you at the entrance exam. You have skill. Even without my help, you could beat every student in my class. With my experience, you might even be able to become a pro hero one day. Izuku turned around and sat on the step, resting his head in his hands. He couldn't bear looking into the hero's eyes anymore. I can't, he repeated. I don't have a quirk. Silence surrounded him for a moment, and Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, focusing on his breathing as his heart thudded painfully in his chest. A moment later, Eraserhead's footsteps led him to Izuku's side, and he sat down next to the boy. Who told you that? He asked, and Izuku could feel his hot gaze on his head. All Might, Izuku muttered, reaching out to trace an invisible drawing onto the concrete of the famous superhero. He told me. Izuku sighed and pulled his hand back to his chest, mentally stabbing the image he'd drawn. Whatever. And you believe him? Of course. He's always been the person I look up to most. The #1 hero, the one who always saves everybody. If he says it, it must be true. Izuku breathed out slowly, annoyed to feel a tear leaking down his cheek. He shouldn't be crying. In fact, he should be smiling. That's what Izuku Midoriya would do. Bright, happy, always optimistic Midoriya, even in the face of severe bullying. Suddenly straightening, he beamed at the pro hero. But that's okay. I can still help without being a hero. I'm going to enroll in the support course one day, and then I'll be able to help everyone without getting in the way. Eraserhead wasn't looking at him, instead staring toward the sky. All Might's the hero who saves everyone, huh? His bandaged face suddenly faced Izuku. But it sounds like he didn't save you, did he? Izuku's smile dropped, and he stared open-mouthed at the pro hero,
wanting to shout that he was right but knowing he couldn't. No, he managed, and the word felt scratchy as it pushed through his dry lips. He was right. I shouldn't put myself in danger. I don't have quirk to protect myself. He was just trying to help. Izuku's fist clenched on his lap, gathering the fabric of his pants in between his fingers. His arms began to shake, but he held eye contact with the teacher, determined not to let his anger show in his gaze. Although he couldn't see the man's face, he could sense the frown in Eraserhead's eyes. I see. His hand extended to rest on Izuku's head, ruffling his green hair gently. Well, if you ever need anything, reach out to me. He rose to his feet, groaning softly. I'll tell Ida and Uraraka to head here quickly. Don't worry, Bakugo won't come with them. I'm sure they'll tell you all about what happened today. I should ask, Izuku thought. I should ask what happened to All Might. But the thought didn't register, and he stared at his shoes, brushing his hand through his hair in the same place where Eraserhead had touched him. Thanks, he muttered, swallowing painfully around his swollen tongue. Eraserhead's footsteps echoed behind him as he walked away. Wasn't there something I needed to do? Midoriya, Eraserhead called, and Izuku tilted his head, although he didn't turn around. I, for one, think All Might was wrong. Wait! Izuku yelled, lurching to his feet as he faced the man. I mean, Eraserhead, please wait for a moment. Call me Mr. Aizawa, the teacher corrected, stopping his exit and half-facing Izuku. Mr. Aizawa. There's actually something I wanted to ask you. Izuku shoved both of his hands into his pockets, an uneasy feeling growing in his chest. Oh? Whatever it is, I'll do my best to help. Aizawa turned around fully, his eyes sharpening. Clearly he expected Izuku to accept his previous offer, although that was the last thing Izuku wanted to do. Even though I can't be a hero, I know someone who would be an excellent hero. I'm sure he would love to be taught by you, and it would mean a lot to me as well. He's using a device I made, and if he wins the sports festival, I would be practically guaranteed admittance to the support course next year. The words came out in a rush, and Izuku winced, hoping Aizawa had been able to understand him. Is that all you wanted to ask? Aizawa's voice trailed off expectantly. No. Yes. Izuku shook his head. That's all. Liar. I see. The teacher's voice was colored with disappointment. Very well. School will be closed tomorrow due to unforeseen circumstances, but once classes resume, you can introduce me to your friend. If I find him to be promising, I will teach him. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. He will be thrilled. Shinso owes me big time now. Plus, now I don't have to teach him. Izuku tapped his fingers against his legs rapidly. And that's the only reason I'm doing this. Aizawa made a noise that sounded somewhat like agreement before turning on his heel and entering the school once again, clearly headed toward the recovery ward. Izuku sank back to the step, a hand pressed over his chest. What just happened? A rosy light filled the sky, and he lifted his face as the sun began to set, making it appear as if the entire world was set on fire. There's no way one of the gifted just did that, right? Izuku undid the wraps on his arms, staring at the scars crisscrossing both of his forearms, some uniform and straight, others looking like they had been scrawled there by a madman. Some still oozed blood, which smeared across the cloth wraps, although not enough to show through to the other side. Normally, after a wretched day like today, with all their plans failing, he would feel the urge to add to his collection using whatever sharp objects he had on hand. But now, it's so quiet, he mused, running his fingers along his wounds lightly enough not to disturb them. It's never this quiet. They had failed. All Might was still alive. Although he hadn't heard the words directly, the relaxed demeanor Mr. Aizawa had shown him was proof enough of that fact. Ordinarily, this would have sent Izuku into a rage that would end with more wounds than he cared to count littering his entire body. He would ache for weeks, possibly months. He might even pass out from blood loss as he'd done a few times already. Why don't I feel anything?
Izuku rested his head on his lap, letting his arms dangle at his sides. He knew he needed to replace his wraps to hide his scars from Ida and Uraraka before they approached him, but for now, he just wanted to rest. You can't trust the gifted. They're all the same. Horrid, nasty, repugnant, they all deserve to die, Izuku reminded himself, but the words didn't come so easily this time, and he wasn't sure why. Darn it. Izuku closed his eyes and exhaled, his soft hair brushing across his forehead. We'll do better next time. Midoriya, are you alright? Izuku raised his head from where it rested, somewhat painfully, on his left forearm. Yeah, he responded, squinting through blurry eyes at 𝐀𝐦, who stood on the other side of the bar where Izuku had been resting his head. Still thinking about All Might, huh? 𝐀𝐦 took his cloth and wiped down the bar once again, although it was perfectly spotless. It always was. Izuku supposed it must be some sort of nervous tic. Yeah, Izuku repeated, although that certainly wasn't true. In all honesty, he had been dozing off, drifting somewhere between sleep and awareness, all the while thinking of his conversation with Aizawa. There's no way he meant it. After hearing my story, he realized something was off. He just wanted to keep a closer eye on me. Certainly none of them would ever believe I could be. Izuku couldn't even finish the thought, and he buried his face back into his forearm, wishing he could fully fall asleep, but the League of the Villains headquarters was still far too hectic for that. Drink some of your juice. 𝐀𝐦 gestured to the glass sitting next to Izuku's right hand. He stared at it, watching the bubbles slowly float to the surface before popping. It was embarrassing how 𝐀𝐦 refused to give him and Toga alcohol, instead pouring them juice every time they came to headquarters. It was so embarrassing, in fact, that Izuku had made a point to never drink any of it, and although 𝐀𝐦 no doubt noticed this, he still insisted on giving them more anyway. Fine, Izuku finally muttered, bringing the glass to his lips and straightening enough to drink some of the amber liquid. It tasted surprisingly good, but Izuku scowled anyway and placed it back onto the bar top with more force than necessary. Ooh, Izuku's in a bad mood, Toga crowed, sidling up to Izuku's side and almost knocking him from his bar stool. Get your own seat, he growled, pushing her to the floor with a loud thud. She was on her feet in an instant, this time choosing to sit on the stool next to him instead of trying to steal his. Are you going to cut? 𝐀𝐦 made a growling noise, and Toga made a face at him before continuing, are you going to bleed today? None of your business. Izuku tugged at the wraps on his forearms to assure himself that they were firmly in place. In a sing-song voice, she proclaimed, that's a yes. Toga planted her elbows onto the bar and rested her face in her hands, licking her lips slowly. I'd love to watch, she drawled. Please use a clean knife, Midoriya. We wouldn't want you to get an infection again. 𝐀𝐦 sighed and picked up a glass to polish, although it was already sparkling. Fighting the urge to knock the cup out of 𝐀𝐦's grip, Izuku instead took another swig of his juice. Don't tell me what to do. Are you going to go with your master tonight? Izuku turned to see Shigaraki standing behind him, his red eyes narrowed and his chapped lips pursed. His face was covered with even more scratch marks than usual, and some dripped blood down his cheek, earning a small squeak from Toga. Rough day, Izuku acknowledged, swiveling his bar stool so he faced Shigaraki. No, I'm staying here. Good. Shigaraki slammed a six-pack of beer cans onto the bar, sliding one out of the plastic and holding it out to Izuku. Here. Shigaraki, Midoriya is, 𝐀𝐦 started, but Shigaraki glared at him, his aura so intense even the man made of smoke didn't dare to continue. Izuku, Shigaraki started, straightening as Izuku accepted the beverage, is one of us. And tonight, we drink. He held out another can to Toga, who took it gladly and immediately opened it, taking a huge swing. Great. Drunk Toga. This is a nightmare. Izuku stared at the can in his hand for a long moment before opening it. What did All for One say, Shigaraki? Izuku asked. Although Shigaraki had been in the same room as them when he spoke to All for One, Izuku hadn't been listening. Shigaraki preferred it that way, although normally Izuku wasn't one to obey. He said, "We will succeed next time." Shigaraki's grip on the open can he now held suddenly tightened, squirting beer over the rim. He also wanted to hear how your plan is going. Izuku examined Shigaraki's face, especially noting the disdain he clearly wore in his gleaming red eyes. Interesting. Nothing much has changed. What I want to know is what happened. How did the 𝐻𝐸 lose to All Might? Shigaraki straightened, his expression losing its edge. It was all because of that drat successor. He slammed his fist onto the table, spilling Izuku's juice, and Izuku frowned. What? He doesn't have the quirk yet, Kurojiiri corrected, moving fast to clean up the spill and procure Izuku a new cup full of juice, although Izuku wasn't sure why. His quirk wasn't any different than it has been in the past. Who are we talking about? Izuku asked, glancing between the two of them. Only that ugly blonde boy. Toga pouted, somehow already on her second can of beer. It was so stupid. He kept disappearing before I could stab him. I didn't get to see any of his blood thanks to his dumb quirk. She kicked her feet against Izuku's bar stool, frowning in disappointment. Izuku's mouth popped open, and the blood drained from his face. Are you talking about Mirio Togata? Kurojiiri nodded while Shigaraki merely scratched at his skin so hard he drew blood again. Are you saying you only lost because he was there? Izuku's heart began to race, and he tapped the side of his beer can in an effort to distract himself. Yes! Shigaraki shouted, although Kurojiiri shrugged. I'm gonna kill that boy next time I see him, right before I murder All Might. He laughed, throwing back his head and directing the sound toward the ceiling. Imagine, All Might watching his precious successor die right in front of him. That's what he deserves. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed, and he looked at Kurojiiri. Reading the unspoken question in Izuku's eyes, Kurojiiri said, I'm not so sure he was the deciding factor. Many of the students stepped in to try to stop us. But at the end of the day, All Might is the one who defeated the 𝐻𝐸. My 𝐻𝐸, Shigaraki lamented, shoving both of his hands over his eyes. He ruined my 𝐻𝐸. You couldn't find him? Izuku asked, and Kurojiiri shook his head. Izuku placed his still full can onto the bar and grabbed onto the edge of the counter, gritting his teeth. Did I make a mistake? If Shigaraki was right, and Mirio had been the deciding factor in the battle, then it was Izuku's fault for going to get him in the first place. But if All Might is the one who defeated the 𝐻𝐸, then does it really matter? They still would have lost either way. Izuku chewed on his lip, unsure how he should feel. Kurojiiri watched him for a moment before saying, it doesn't matter. The villains that were captured can be easily replaced, and so can the 𝐻𝐸. There's no need to stress about it. Kurojiiri's eyes darted to Shigaraki, who was directing twice to go get more beer, his movements large and erratic. Toga skipped over to the both of them, twirling a knife, and twice tried to wrestle it away from her, scolding, and praising her sharply. You should probably leave, he muttered to Izuku, who nodded and stood. Izuku grabbed his backpack and waved to Kurojiiri before exiting the bar, not bothering to say goodbye to the other members. He would see them soon enough. Stepping into the cool night air outside of the bar, Izuku exhaled slowly. Kurojiiri is right. None of that matters. I have a connection with the potential successor now. That's worth 10 times more than what we lost. Taking to the rooftops, Izuku arrived home quickly, and after saying goodnight to his mother, he barricaded himself in his room and fell onto his bed. Thanks to Aizawa, my plans are progressing nicely, he thought, hoping that would help ease the emptiness he felt in his chest, but to no avail. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can't wait for school to start again. Izuku. Uraraka skipped over to him, with Ida and 𝗀𝐸 following close behind. How was your day off? Izuku's sore muscles screamed at him after training with his master for hours on end the previous day, but he couldn't really mention that to the budding heroes, so instead he said, I think I should be asking you that question. Izuku adjusted his backpack on his shoulder and looked between Ida and Uraraka. Are you two okay after what happened? They glanced at each other, seeming to hesitate in their response, and 𝗀𝐸 said,
I heard about that. The League of Villains attacked the USJ? I can't believe your class managed to fight them off. Well, we didn't. 𝐸𝐻𝐸 shook her head and laced her fingers together. All Might did all the work. Izuku's jaw clenched sharply, and he exhaled slowly to release the tension. Still, it is impressive that not a single one of you was even hurt. Mr. Aizawa got hurt, Ida muttered before slamming his fist into his palm. We have to do better. If we had been stronger, he wouldn't have been injured. That's right. So we just have to keep working. 𝐸𝐻𝐸 pumped her fist into the air. The two started shouting encouraging words at each other, and Izuku winced at the noise. ♀ turned his tired eyes on Izuku as 𝐸𝐻𝐸 and Ida carried on in the background. Are you sure they're your friends? He asked, his voice soft and barely discernible over the ruckus. I think it might be the other way around, Izuku responded, giggling. A short huff of air exited ♀'s mouth, and Izuku smiled at him, realizing that was the closest thing to a laugh he'd ever heard from the boy. They stopped in the intersection separating the four courses, and ♀ and Izuku waved goodbye to the two others before starting down the general studies hallway. Izuku sighed and leaned his head back. Man, I am so not looking forward to when I'll be the only one walking down this hallway. What do you mean? ♀ examined the students filling the hall, his face and posture relaxed. After you win the sports festival, you'll transfer to the hero course, and I'll be left all alone. Izuku frowned dramatically. Oh well, I guess that's the price I pay for being an amazing friend. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're trying to get something from me. I guess you don't know better, because that's exactly what I'm doing. Izuku laughed and stopped at the side of the hallway, facing ♀. He followed suit, an eyebrow raised. What makes you think I'm going to win the sports festival? It's not a guarantee. Izuku nodded. You will. ♀'s eyes lit up, and he leaned forward suddenly. Are we training today, is that what you mean? You really don't have to, Holding up his right hand, Izuku shook his head at his friend. Nope. I'm not going to train you. At ♀'s deflated look, Izuku raised his left hand to join his right. I came up with something even better. You're going to love it. Midoriya, a soft voice called, and ♀ turned to see Mr. Aizawa standing behind him, bandages still covering his face, although the rest of him seemed fine now. His posture was slumped, with one hand in his pocket, but Izuku could tell his gaze was sharp, and he was looking right at ♀. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, Izuku responded. This is my friend, Hitoshi ♀. I take it this is the friend you were talking about? Izuku nodded, and silence descended for a moment as Mr. Aizawa examined ♀, who simply stared at him, his mouth agape. Very well, Aizawa finally said, turning around. Come see me after school, ♀. We have much to do. He threw the words over his shoulder, making it a few feet before turning back around again. And Midoriya, you're welcome to join at any time. Raising his hand, Izuku smiled brightly at the teacher until he was out of sight. Once he turned to ♀ and smirked, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning against the wall. What did I tell you? What just happened? ♀'s voice was breathy, and he stared at Izuku, his face uncharacteristically expressive. Pro Hero Eraser had just offered to train you. Personally. Izuku stretched out his arms in front of him and cracked his fingers. I'd say you owe me big time. How did you get Eraserhead to agree to train me? I mean, you're not even in the hero course. Nope, but you will be. Izuku raised a finger and winked as he began to walk down the hall once again. And now you owe me. ♀ stood there gaping for a moment longer before snapping out it and running to Izuku's side. What do you need? I'll do anything. Izuku crossed his arms behind his head and closed his eyes for a moment, smirking. Anything? He finally asked, peering through one open eye at the purple-haired boy. Anything, ♀ agreed. Win the sports festival. ♀ stopped, his mouth open and his eyebrows drawn.
Izuku walked a few steps before pausing to look at his friend. "What?" he asked, not entirely sure why the boy was staring at him as if he'd grown an extra head. "Why do you want me to win so badly?" ―― tilted his head and strode forward, stand next to Izuku. Izuku directed his gaze toward the ceiling. "Because that's what All for One wants." This was more or less true, but if Izuku was being honest, he did have another reason. "Katsuki Bakugo," he finally replied, nodding once and directing his gaze back to ― "He bullied me all my life for being quirkless. He's obsessed with being the best, and if I'm honest, he's probably going to win the sports festival." Izuku's lips curled into a smile. "It would absolutely kill him if he didn't." ― stared at him for a long moment, his expression blank. Finally, slowly, he said, "You're a true friend, Izuku." Izuku laughed and shook his head, resuming his walk toward their classroom, and ― followed. "What, for wanting revenge on an old schoolmate?" "Yeah," ― agreed, and Izuku glanced toward him, seeing a small smile cross the boy's face for a moment. There's something behind that, Izuku realized, but he wasn't sure what it was. Why does he think I'm a true friend? And what's up with all the gifted giving me compliments lately? Izuku chuckled internally. Doesn't matter. They're all fools for trusting me. I can't believe we're still doing the sports festival after what happened, Uraraka moaned, stabbing her chopsticks at her lunch like she was fending off an attack. It does seem a little unwise, but I understand that it is extremely important not just to the school, but to the entire hero world, Tenya responded, laying out his lunch in perfect order on the table in front of him. ― and Izuku exchanged a glance before Izuku said, "Well, think of this way. Now you have real-world experience to apply. That gives you a leg up over all the other competitors. Yeah, and if you do well, you could be scouted by hero agencies and get a good job after graduation," ― added, sliding his lunchbox over to Izuku, who shook his head and pulled out his own lunchbox, having not forgotten it this time. "That's right." Uraraka stared at her food for a moment longer before slamming her fist onto the table, startling all of them. "I'm going to do my best." "Uraraka, if you don't mind me asking, why do you want to become a pro hero?" Ida asked, pausing to regard the girl. Izuku's head swiveled to Uraraka, mentally rolling his eyes. She's probably going to say something about saving the world, helping others, or some other goody-goody crap. I'm gonna throw up. Honestly, for the money. Uraraka chuckled awkwardly, and the rest of them stared at her. Izuku could have sworn he heard a crack as all of their minds were spontaneously blown. "My family's construction company has been struggling recently, and being a pro hero pays well. I want to make sure I can support my parents in return for all the support they've given me." "Well, that's not what I was expecting." Izuku's eyebrows raised, and he expelled a long string of air. "It's considerably better than why I wanted it. Uraraka, if you were licensed, you could reduce the expenses of your family's business with your quirk. They could sell all their equipment and make the whole operation more viable," Ida explained as he picked up his chopsticks. "I know. But my dad always told me I should follow my dreams. So, I'm going to do this my own way." Uraraka beamed at him. "I know it's a little selfish, and it's not nearly as grand as your ambitions, but it's good enough for me." "No," Izuku replied, twirling his chopsticks and staring at his lunchbox. "You have a better motive for becoming a hero than any other I've heard. It's not selfish to want to support yourself and your family, that's human." "He's right. I think it's as good of a reason as any," ― interjected. "It's more tangible than simply wanting to be the best or thinking it's cool." Ida grunted as he gave Uraraka a nod. "It is good to have your dreams rooted in reality. I believe yours is a realistic one that you will be able to achieve one day. Let us each try our best to achieve that which we desire most." Ida looked at each of them in turn, his eyes appearing as if they were on fire. What a joke, Izuku thought, but outwardly, he smiled and nodded back. "Thank you, guys." Uraraka had tears in her eyes, and Izuku grimaced, glad no one was looking at him. "I appreciate your support. I know we'll be competing against each other,
but I really hope you all do well. Thanks for the sentiment, but I know exactly who is going to win. Izuku's eyes drifted over to 𝗀𝐻, who was already staring at him, eyebrows raised. Speaking of which, do you mind telling me all about your classmates and their quirks? Izuku asked, swiftly pulling out his hero notebook in order to take notes. I want to be prepared so I can advise all of you to the best of my ability during the festival. Of course, Izuku. Thank you for offering. Uraraka smiled, and she and Ida launched into recounting their classmates' quirks, answering Izuku's questions as they went. Izuku hurriedly wrote down everything they said, and 𝗀𝐻 listened quietly. His eyes were on the table, supposedly not paying attention, but Izuku knew he was trying to memorize every piece of information that he could just in case it ended up being important later. Don't worry, 𝗀𝐻. I'm going to make sure you win, as per All for One's plan. Izuku's grip tightened on his pencil, and it began to crack. And more importantly, you are going to crush Bakugo into the dust. I can't wait to see his face when he realizes quirkless Deku was behind it all. Izuku grinned, quickly hiding it in the pages of his notebook as he leaned over to take more notes. I'm sure he'll hate that. Izuku stared at the pages of his notebook, his eyes unfocused. The sound of students chatting barely reached his ears as he pondered the upcoming afternoon. Today was the day. The event all UA students, no, the entire world, looked forward to the entire year. The sports festival, where resolve would be tested, success was hard-earned, and the competition was fierce. For their entire hero-based society, the future was based on this one afternoon. I know I could win, but that's not the point. Izuku scratched his head with his pencil, his mouth pulling into a frown. I could cheat, but how am I supposed to pull that off with a stadium full of heroes watching? I'll just have to trust my intuition to get us through this. You nervous? 𝗀𝐻 slid into the seat next to Izuku, his blue and white PE uniform matching Izuku's, and everyone else's for that matter, even if Izuku was wearing a black hoodie over his. Such a thing was meant to provide a standard of fairness among the competing students, although Izuku, along with the rest of the general course, didn't think anything about this competition could be considered fair. After all, the hero course students received special one-on-one training with top pro heroes, whereas he and his classmates had to make do with minor heroes and minimal training. Truly, they were only there to give the illusion of school unity to the outside world. The sports festival was all about the hero course students and their future sponsorships by hero agencies around the world. But today would be different. Izuku would make sure of it. Raising his eyes to meet 𝗀𝐻's, Izuku shrugged. Nervous isn't the right word. I just don't like that I don't know what the tests are going to be. I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. 𝗀𝐻 tapped the open pages of Izuku's notebook. After all, you're the expert on heroes. Izuku laughed and brushed back his hair before shoving the notebook into his backpack. Right. And he pulled out a brand new binding cloth from his backpack and wrapped it around his neck as he'd seen Eraserhead do. With these, we can't lose. I can't believe they let you use support gear. 𝗀𝐻 leaned his head back, staring at the ceiling. The rest of us aren't nearly as lucky. Lucky, right, Izuku thought scathingly. Well, I don't have a quirk. How else am I supposed to measure up to the rest of you? Izuku clicked his persona chords over his mouth before grimacing. Unbeknownst to 𝗀𝐻 or Eraserhead, Izuku had been carefully observing the two during their lessons, and had created his own version of the binding cloth for his personal use. He wasn't sure if it would ever actually make it into his arsenal as a masked villain. If 𝗀𝐻 or Aizawa happened to recognize it as being derived from Eraserhead support gear, it would be easy to figure out his identity. Regardless, the weapon was just too good to pass up. Who knows, maybe they'll both die, and I'll be able to use it without restraint. Izuku's eyes drifted to 𝗀𝐻, observing the boy's relaxed posture as he leaned against the table. The young hero had loosened up over the 2 weeks they had been preparing for the sports festival, and the dark circles under his eyes had lessened somewhat. Or maybe he will join us, and it won't matter. Although, we can never truly be. Izuku shook his head, focusing instead on ensuring the mask fully covered his face. Ida and Uraraka said you were amazing during the entrance exam. ― lifted his head and closed one eye, peering closely at Izuku through the other one. I still think it'd be cool for you to teach me your moves. Izuku shook his head. They're wrong. It was just dumb luck. Izuku patted his chest, subtly checking to make sure his knife vest was properly fastened. He didn't plan on fighting during the competition due to the risk of exposing his cover, but he was better safe than sorry. No matter what, he would ensure ―'s victory. ― hummed, closing both of his eyes and leaning his head back again. Izuku knew that meant he didn't believe him, but he wouldn't press any further. More than anyone, ― understood the value of privacy. Do you think you'll get scouted? By an agency? I don't know. Izuku zipped up his backpack and shoved it under the table, hearing the metal inside clink as he did so. I've only technically made one item. You could get hired as a tactician. Your strategies could help bring down the League of Villains. I hear the police are still trying to track them down but getting nowhere. Izuku snorted. Yeah, that'd make me a double agent, and even I can't keep track of all the backstabbing I'd have to do. You can't say my strategies are good when none of them have been put to the test yet. Let's just wait until the end of the festival to consider the future. At that moment, the intercom sputtered to life, informing the general studies students to head to the arena for the first event. Speak of the devil, Izuku muttered as he stood. The two of them exited the waiting room quickly. As he passed the other students, narrowed eyes followed him, and whispers cropped up like weeds in his wake. Most general studies students knew Izuku didn't have a quirk by now, but that didn't matter. They would all be eliminated by the end of the first round anyway. After all, there was a reason they hadn't made it into the hero course. And if any of them get even close, I'll eliminate them. Izuku's eyes narrowed, and he stopped in the middle of the hallway, giving ― a nod. His purple eyes roamed the hallway, narrowed in what Izuku knew was annoyance. Izuku followed his gaze, once again observing their classmates staring at Izuku as they passed on their way to the arena. They don't matter. Izuku raised his fist, waiting until ― met his eyes. Remember. Stay in the middle of the pack, ― finished, nodding his head. I know. And don't use my quirk. I got that too. ―'s lips twitched upwards in the ghost of a smile. I'll see you soon, Izuku. Good luck. Izuku dipped his head and watched ― walk away from him, his lips twisting into a frown. He had no doubt the two of them would pass the first round. The problem was the amount of handicaps Izuku had to place upon himself to prevent the possibility of revealing his identity. The intercom sounded again, and Izuku jerked up his hood, knowing it shadowed his eyes enough to disguise his identity. Dressing up as a masked person is dangerous, Izuku thought as he entered the arena, glancing around at the packed stands. Are there too many similarities to my villain persona? His eyes drifted to the stage, where the R-rated hero Midnight stood on the stage holding a microphone. So she's the umpire. She's more likely to allow bending the rules than some other heroes. Izuku shifted to observe the crowd, wondering if any of the more famous heroes were present. Wait, is that 𝗏𝗏? Izuku's eyes widened. And next to him, that's All Might. His jaw twitched as his hands curled into fists, and he stared at the two heroes, who were currently engaged in conversation. About what? He wondered. What on earth did the two of them share in common? And why was All Might here? Well, that's a good thing. This means he's probably still searching for a successor. If he sees ―'s prowess, it's possible he might pick him. Despite this, Izuku still glared at the two of them, unable to tear his eyes away. I swear, one day, I'll. And now for the pledge, given by Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announced, and Izuku's attention snapped to the stage, surprised to hear his childhood's bully's name. The blonde boy in question slunk to the stage, his hands tucked into his pockets. This isn't going to go well, Izuku thought, his mouth twisting into a grin. You are going to humiliate yourself, Bakugo. I just want to say. I'm going to win, 𝗵𝘃𝐻 announced to the accompanied boos of the students gathered in front of him. Uraraka, standing with the class of 1A, turned her nervous eyes to the rest of the group. The others in class 1A seemed to do the same, and the remaining hero course students returned their gazes, although theirs was far more hostile. Interesting. It seems like 𝗵𝘃𝐻 has not only made enemies for himself, but for the rest of class 1A. Izuku smirked and faced the stage, staring at 𝗵𝘃𝐻 as he descended the stairs. Good job, 𝗵𝘃𝐻. You've doomed your entire class. 𝗵𝘃𝐻's eyes lifted, and his gaze caught Izuku's. Time seemed to slow, and Izuku didn't turn away, instead staring into the face of his greatest rival, not even bothering to conceal the hatred on his features. 𝗵𝘃𝐻's eyebrows furrowed, and he sneered before turning away and joining the rest of his class. Good, he didn't recognize me. If he didn't, no one will. Izuku adjusted the persona cords, although the mask hadn't moved an inch. And the first round for the competition is. Midnight continued, raising her whip to the sky. The screen behind her flashed for a few moments before revealing the words, "Obstacle Race." The first 42 players to complete the race will win. Easy enough. Take your places. The students all rushed to the opening, and Izuku followed slowly, noticing 𝗫𝐸 joining the rest. Lights above the large door they ran toward began to blink, and the door slid open, revealing a narrow hallway beyond. This is the first obstacle. It would be insanity to try to charge through like this. Go! Midnight yelled, and the crowd erupted into yells as the students burst through the doors, pushing and shoving in an effort to get ahead. They quickly bunched together and slowed to a crawl, completely defeating the purpose of their initial rush. Someone will make a move soon. Suddenly, a gust of freezing cold wind almost knocked Izuku's hood off his head, and he grabbed it with one hand, narrowing his eyes. Ice sprouted from the ground and exploded out of the hallway, with one figure following the wave close behind, his white and red hair standing out like a beacon. Shoto Todoroki. The ice and fire hero. Ida and Uraraka are his classmates. Izuku reached the doorway and launched into the air, landing on one of his classmates' shoulders. Ignoring his shout of protest, he jumped to the next victim, only resting there for a moment before leaping forward again. Many of the students were stuck in place, ice covering their feet, making them great launching points. A few of the hero course students peeled off ahead, apparently having anticipated Todoroki's attack. I'm glad you warned me about him. Izuku whipped his head around to see 𝗫𝐸 jumping alongside him, using the same technique of stepping on their classmates to avoid the slippery ice. He's more powerful than I thought, Izuku replied, jumping over Uraraka's head. Her eyes lifted to his, but Izuku didn't pause to say hello. It was doubtful she'd recognize him anyway. If he's using a move like that out of the gate, he must have a lot more in the tank. They landed on the ground next to each other, and they both spun around to view the massive sheets of ice that sprouted from the arena exit. 𝗫𝐸 let out a low whistle. Your predictions were spot on. A loud thud echoed from behind them, and Izuku spun around, surprised to see a purple blur fall to the floor somewhere up ahead. A massive shadow suddenly enveloped them, and Izuku directed his gaze upward to see a large robot towering over them. Its attention was currently directed to the students in front of them, but there was no doubt it would notice them soon. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? 𝗫𝐸 asked, his attention fixed on the head of the robot, which Izuku now recognized as being the one of the 0-point robots from the entrance exam. A smile tugged at Izuku's mouth, and he glanced at 𝗫𝐸, who raised an eyebrow. Race you, Izuku replied, jumping into the air before the words exited his mouth, 𝗫𝐸 following close behind. The binding cloth around Izuku's neck flew into the air, heading straight for 𝗫𝐸, who grabbed it with one hand. No fair! Izuku shouted as the binding cloth wrapped around a mechanical part of the robot far above his head. 𝗫𝐸 grinned at Izuku as he shot past him, propelled upward by the binding cloth. He even grins like a villain. Izuku landed on the side of the robot, using the chinks in its metallic parts to gain a foothold before he began to climb, fast and agile. I can't use the binding cloth because I'm not supposed to know how to use it. I can't use my knives because they might be recognized while I'm in disguise. I can't stand out too much, because I'm supposed to be a quirkless loser, but I'm supposed to stand out enough to draw attention away from 𝗀𝐸. 𝐬𝐸 paused and twisted around, gazing behind him to see the straggling hero course students reach the second obstacle and begin to fight their way through the machines. A sharp pain emanated from behind 𝐬𝐸's eyes, and he winced as he began to ascend the side of the robot once again. This is too much to keep track of, even for me. You're late, 𝗀𝐸 said, swinging the binding cloth in a circle as he gazed across the race course. Bakugo and Todoroki are in the lead. Of course they are. 𝐬𝐸 straightened, and the robot beneath them shuddered and began to fall, albeit slowly. Time to bail. Together, they jumped from the robot, gravity immediately pulling them toward the ground. 𝐬𝐸 closed his eyes as wind rushed across his cheeks and raked through his hair. It was a familiar sensation, one that invoked a feeling he couldn't quite name but was best described as a mixture of dread and elation. I'm not going to hit the ground this time. 𝐬𝐸 opened his eyes when 𝗀𝐸's binding cloth wrapped around his waist, jerking him up and toward another robot. Smoke billowed from a massive hole in its side, and its limbs flew into the air, almost in an expression of surprise. 𝗀𝐸 and 𝐬𝐸 landed on the robot, only to hear a massive thud from somewhere up ahead, and they both stared in the direction of the sound. Oh wow, 𝐬𝐸 muttered. Before them, an entire 0-point robot, covered in a massive sheet of ice, collapsed, sending a wave of cold air and dust across the race track. Think we can jump over it? 𝗀𝐸's eyes darted to the various robots left standing between them and the blockage, currently under attack from the rest of the students. Even the one they were currently standing on slowly descended toward the ground, bringing them closer, being forced to climb over the robot. Only one way to find out. 𝐬𝐸 grinned, and 𝗀𝐸's eyes narrowed in a smile. A streak of white appeared, and they both launched into the air, once again propelled by 𝗀𝐸's binding cloth. In no time at all, they flew over the blockage, a short distance behind the rest of the students. Explosions echoed around them, and 𝐬𝐸 glanced down to see Yaoyorozu, the creation hero, blasting several 0-point robots with a cannon. She was one of the 2 students in the hero course that had gotten in based on recommendation. In all honesty, he had expected more from her, but it seemed she was stuck in the middle of the group, unlike Todoroki, who was also accepted via recommendation. Hurry, 𝗀𝐸, he urged, and the grip of the binding cloth tightened around 𝐬𝐸's waist. Whoa! 𝐬𝐸 yelled as the binding cloth suddenly yanked him in the opposite direction of their previous trajectory, knocking the wind out of him. What are you doing? He was grateful for his knife vest, which protected his skin from the friction burns he no doubt would have sustained otherwise. Brace for impact! 𝗀𝐸 yelled, crossing his arms over his face. Eyes widening, 𝐬𝐸 saw a 0-point robot rapidly rushing toward them. No, they were flying toward it, and at reckless speed. 𝗀𝐸's binding cloth was wrapped around a displaced shard of metal on the side of the robot's head, right next to a massive crater no doubt caused by Yaoyorozu's cannon. 𝐬𝐸 brought up his hands a moment before slamming into the metal, the loose shards burying into his skin. He bounced backward, plummeting toward the ground, but the binding cloth constricted around his middle, jerking him back up. Grasping tightly onto the side of the robot, 𝐬𝐸 peered at 𝗀𝐸, who stared back, his eyes uncharacteristically energetic. What in the world? The one I was aiming for fell in the wrong direction. It was too far away, so I had to change course. Didn't have time to provide a soft landing, 𝗀𝐸 panted before pressing his forehead against the robot's head, his eyes squeezing shut. 𝐬𝐸 examined his side, grimacing at the sight of red blood dripping onto gray metal. It was lucky they had been close enough to attach to the side of the robot's head. Going any lower could have been dangerous, as they might have been crushed by the machine as it fell. Okay, 𝐬𝐸 muttered, blowing out a breath as his heart rate steadied. I understand. The metal beneath them shuddered, and 𝐬𝐸 twisted around to see the ground approaching at a steady pace. 𝗀𝐸, he exclaimed, and the boy's gaze joined 𝐬𝐸's. 3, 2, 1, now! The two jumped off the robot and dropped to the ground, each of them tucking into a roll to lessen the impact. 𝐬𝐸 straightened and yanked his hood back into place before dusting off his clothing.
He wasn't sure when the hood had fallen off, but he missed his villain costume, specifically the clasps that held the hood in place. I'll give you an 8 out of 10. I could have done without the impaling, though. 𝗀𝐸 whirled around, his eyes widening at the sight of the blood splattered on 𝐬𝐸's uniform. Are you okay? He asked. He stepped forward, his hands splaying out as if to touch 𝐬𝐸 but stopping short. Can't even feel it, 𝐬𝐸 responded truthfully. After all the abuse he regularly put himself through, he didn't feel pain anymore, at least not in the traditional sense. Don't worry about me, worry about them. 𝐬𝐸 jerked his chin to the front. 𝗀𝐸 turned around just in time to see a pinkish blur fly into the air, leaving several students behind. Beyond them lay a large canyon, and the announcer informed them it was called the Fall. Several islands dotted the vast drop into oblivion, and ropes stretched between the island, providing the means to cross the obstacle. UA continues to surprise me, 𝐬𝐸 muttered. Surprisingly well-funded, 𝗀𝐸 remarked. He clutched at the binding cloth, staring at it for a moment before turning to 𝐬𝐸. Well? Shimmying out of his hoodie and handing it over to 𝗀𝐸, 𝐬𝐸 gave him a thumbs up with his other hand. Take out a few students. Draw some attention, but not enough to raise any flags. I'll catch up to you before the last obstacle. Right. 𝗀𝐸 slipped the hoodie over his uniform and accepted the persona cords when 𝐬𝐸 held them out to him. 𝐬𝐸 chuckled, a smile stretching across his face. With the persona cords in place and the hood pulled over his eyes, there was no difference between the two of them. Well, 𝗀𝐸 was taller than him, but no one would be looking closely enough to notice. Great. This feels a bit like cheating, 𝗀𝐸 muttered, the persona cords distorting his voice to the point it was unrecognizable. Midnight said we could do whatever we wanted as long as we stayed on the racetrack. Besides, lending you my support gear isn't specifically against the rules. 𝐬𝐸 shrugged and motioned to the obstacle. You'd better hurry. 𝗀𝐸 turned around, but he still hesitated. Are you sure you're going to be all right? What, are you asking because I'm quirkless? Do you think I'm helpless just because I'm not gifted? Swallowing the growl that threatened to emerge from his throat, 𝐬𝐸 grinned. Of course. I'm not trying to win, after all, just not lose. Don't worry about me. After nodding, 𝗀𝐸 ran to the canyon, the binding cloth expanding over his head before zipping into the canyon and encircling a rope, swinging 𝗀𝐸 deep into the abyss. 𝐬𝐸 turned to observe the rest of the students quickly rushing past him, his smile dropping. Most of them were hero course students, but some of them were from the 2 other courses. Falling into the pack, 𝐬𝐸 subtly pulled out a small dart from his vest, holding it firmly between his forefinger and thumb. There, he's a general studies student. 𝐬𝐸 stumbled and fell into the person in question right before they reached the edge of the canyon, almost toppling them both. Hey! Watch it, the student spat, pushing 𝐬𝐸 away from him with both hands. I'm so sorry. 𝐬𝐸 held up a hand, hiding the other behind his neck. I'm so clumsy. Are you hurt? Whatever. Just stay out of my way. The boy shook his head and joined the others as they began to cross the ropes. 𝐬𝐸 stopped and stared after him, noticing how his movements started strong, then slowed to a crawl. 𝐬𝐸 tucked the use dart into a pouch on his vest before pulling out another, already searching for his next victim. Mild tranquilizer. Not enough to knock them out, but enough to make them very, very tired. His eyes widened as he spotted another of his classmates somewhere ahead, and he started down the nearest rope, his feet light and sure as he sprinted across the divide. They won't be able to keep up with the rest of the students. Slowing before he reached the next victim, he once again bumped into them, albeit much less dramatically this time. The girl gave him a weird look and rubbed her arm, but didn't say anything as 𝐬𝐸 pressed on ahead, this time crossing in a much slower and unsure manner. Once again, he tucked the use dart into his pouch and procured another, his lips twisting into a cruel smirk. All of your hopes and aspirations of joining the hero course, gone, just like that. And all because you happen to be in the same department as me. He shook his head and focused on his next victim. It's a lot less than what you deserve.
The rest of the second obstacle proceeded in the same manner, with Izuku subtly pricking any general studies students he saw with his tranquilizer darts, leaving them none of the wiser. Hardly any had managed to make it this far regardless, allowing Izuku to finish in no time and head to the last obstacle. There, he saw 𝗀𝐻 standing to the side of the track, staring across the expansive field that lay ahead. "It's a minefield," 𝗀𝐻 announced, his attention not wavering for a moment. "Let's just walk across it. There's enough people behind us to not worry about it." Izuku beckoned to 𝗀𝐻 to switch gear with him, and the boy complied, relinquishing the support gear back to Izuku. "Notice anything funny about this competition?" 𝗀𝐻's purple eyes darted to Izuku's before returning to the field, his eyebrows furrowing. "No," he finally admitted. "What am I missing? Class 1A is the only class freely using their quirks. Class 1B is especially holding back. They are maintaining their position in the top 40, but they aren't even trying for first." Izuku clicked the persona cords into place before pulling the hood back over his hair, making sure it covered every inch of his green locks. "They're using the same strategy as us, then?" "Yes. But we're going to do it better." Izuku smirked and started forward, throwing his last words over his shoulder, "Let's split up for now. I'll go ahead." Izuku jogged to the minefield and began carefully navigating the mines, advancing at a leisurely pace. He didn't need to look behind him to know 𝗀𝐻 was doing the same. Explosions sounded up ahead, which wasn't surprising in a minefield, but these were much louder than the mine's regular explosions. Izuku directed his gaze forward, not surprised to see 𝗵𝘃𝗀 attacking Todoroki, who defended himself by shooting ice at 𝗵𝘃𝗀, who in turn destroyed it with his quirk. Dividing his attention between their battle and his own feat, Izuku's lips pursed. Interesting. It was good he had an opportunity to observe their battle. Although he knew 𝗵𝘃𝗀's fighting style all too well, he didn't have the same knowledge of Todoroki's quirk. Of the two, Izuku could tell Todoroki was far more dangerous. This should be enough, Izuku thought as the two passed the finish line, Todoroki in first, and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 in second. After a few more minutes, all 42 contestants had crossed the finish line, with 𝗀𝐻 and Izuku somewhere close to last place, along with Class 1B. I wonder what their quirks are. Izuku thought of the mysterious class as midnight introduced the next event. Cavalry battle. The students had 15 minutes to get into teams of 2 to 4. They would each be given a headband with a number printed on it, the amount of which was determined by their placement in the obstacle course. Each team member's headband added to their overall score, and after the teams were formed, they would have 15 minutes to steal the other team's headbands. The 4 teams with the most points would then advance to the finals. Izuku met 𝗀𝐻's eyes, and the boy stared back at him, seemingly waiting for his instructions. Since Todoroki scored first, his headband is worth 10 million points. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 is next, of course, but going after him would be dangerous due to his aggressiveness. We could go after the other teams. His eyes drifted over to the rest of the qualifying students, who were already gathering into groups, mostly sticking with those in their homeroom class. It's best to avoid the unknown. Motioning 𝗀𝐻 to join him, Izuku whispered into the boy's ear. He nodded, and Izuku ran back into the building to retrieve the backpack he had left in the waiting room. I know exactly how to win this. Jogging back to the arena, backpack in tow, Izuku examined the other teams, noting that Ida had decided to join Todoroki's team. Exactly as I predicted. Here, he said, tossing the backpack to 𝗀𝐻 as he slowed to a stop next to the boy. He lifted his eyes to examine the students 𝗀𝐻 had gathered at his behest, glad to see he had managed to convince the students Izuku had decided would give them the best chance to win. Who are you? 𝗵𝘃𝗀 Tokoyami asked, his narrowed eyes turning on Izuku. His black feathers ruffled, and Izuku's lips thinned as their eyes met. One of Uraraka's classmates. He's the one with control over his shadow. I'm your leader, he answered, nodding to Uraraka, who stood next to Tokoyami. My name isn't important right now. What's our plan? Uraraka asked, staring in confusion at the mask 𝗀𝐻 held out to her, having procured the item from Izuku's backpack. It appeared identical to the persona cords, although the copies didn't actually work.
𝐀𝐻𝐬 accepted his own, his eyebrows raising in surprise when the mask actually fit him. Over the 2 weeks before the sports festival, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 had made several iterations of the mask to fit the faces of those he thought would be good to team up with, as the sports festival would no doubt host at least one collaborative event. 𝐀𝐻𝐬 was one of those, and had required special attention due to his inhuman features. "What are these?" 𝐸𝐻𝐸 finished, glancing quickly at 𝐀𝐻𝐬 before placing the mask over her own mouth. "They have to do with my quirk." 𝐬𝐡𝐚 gazed over at 𝗫𝐿, who held a mask in his hand, studying it with furrowed eyebrows. When he noticed 𝐬𝐡𝐚's gaze, he raised the mask in question. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 nodded, and 𝗫𝐿 slid the mask into place, his fingers adjusting the dials on the side of the mask. Of all the fakes in the backpack, the mask 𝗫𝐿 now wore was the actual persona 𝐬𝐻𝐸. "Why are you allowed support gear?" 𝐀𝐻𝐬 asked, his voice distorted through the mask. "We were told that wasn't allowed." "Because I'm in the support course," 𝐬𝐡𝐚 lied as he tied his headband around his neck. 𝗫𝐿 had retrieved it for him, and the others already had their own in place. "We're allowed to bring our gear into the festival as a way of marketing them to different agencies. After all, our gear is what we must sell, not our quirk." "You still haven't told us what our strategy is," 𝐸𝐻𝐸 said, shuffling closer to the rest of them and linking arms with 𝐀𝐻𝐬 and 𝗫𝐿 in preparation. "Right now, it's to do nothing. In the future, just do exactly as I tell you." 𝐬𝐡𝐚 climbed on top of them, noticing the other teams do the same. The timer displayed on the screens above them slowly counted down, and with every second that passed, the tension within the arena rose. "But we don't have enough points right now to place in the top 4. 𝐀𝐻𝐬's head twisted around to glare at 𝐬𝐡𝐚. "Do you plan on throwing the competition?" "Of course not. I promise you this, we will win first place." 𝐬𝐡𝐚 grinned, although he knew his companions couldn't see his face. "Right now, everyone will aim for those on top. In addition, Class 1B and 1A hate each other. All we have to do is wait for them to destroy each other." The timer rang throughout the stadium, and the teams lunged at each other, each of them desperate to steal enough points to advance to the next stage. "Just stay put," 𝐬𝐡𝐚 advised, settling into a more comfortable position as the other students began to engage in combat. His narrowed eyes searched the fray as he tried to memorize everything he saw. "I'll tell you when it's time to move." Loud explosions rang through the arena, along with shouts and screams. Headbands were quickly stolen, and the ranks changed quickly, just as 𝐬𝐡𝐚 assumed would happen. A few teams approached them, but they quickly dodged out of the way. They didn't have enough points to be of any particular interest, and the other teams quickly moved on when they saw a capture would not be as easy as they desired. Of course Bakugo is going for Todoroki. For his part, Todoroki and his team evaded the rest of the attacking students easily, Todoroki's quirk making it difficult for anyone to approach him effectively. They're soon to realize that attacking him is useless. He's too good for any of them to beat. A shout echoed across the arena from Present Mike, the announcer for the event, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚's eyes shot toward Bakugo's team, who just had their second-place headband stolen by a team from Class 1B. They are targeting him because they hate him, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 realized, smirking. "I told you that pledge would be your downfall." Now, instead of going for Todoroki, Bakugo's team attacked those who had stolen from them with a feverish vigor. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 turned his attention back to Todoroki, already reasonably sure how the former fight was going to end. "Hey, are we going to do anything?" 𝐸𝐻𝐸 asked, twisted around to regard 𝐬𝐡𝐚. Peeking at the clock, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 saw they had 5 minutes to go until the end of the match, and he nodded. "Get close to Todoroki, but don't draw his attention. 𝐸𝐻𝐸, get ready to use your quirk on me. 𝗫𝐿, you too. 𝐀𝐻𝐬, stand by in case something goes wrong. You are defense." They obeyed his order, although from the way their heads swiveled this way and that, he could tell they didn't quite understand, except for 𝗫𝐿, who hadn't taken his attention away from the spectacle before them. "Alright," Todoroki hid the 10 million headband under the others, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 noticed, going through his memory to recall exactly which headband he was after. Quickly glancing to the side,
𝐬𝐡𝐚𝐭 saw that 𝗵𝘃𝗀 was still attacking the team that had stolen his headband, although he couldn't tell if it was going well or not. The time on the screen above them reached 2 minutes, and 𝐬𝐡𝐭 straightened. 𝐸𝐴RICA, use your quirk on me. When I yell, now, release it. 𝐸𝐴RICA's fingers pressed against his leg, and the binding cloth quickly wrapped around his teammate's arms, preventing him from floating away. Charge past Todoroki's team now, and stop a little away from him on the other side. Stay there, and pay attention. I might need help. Although I doubt it. They began to move toward Todoroki, who glanced at them but quickly turned away when he realized they weren't aiming for him. 𝐬𝐡𝐭 tensed his muscles and saw a flash of purple as Shinso's eyes locked onto his. The binding cloth released, and 𝐬𝐡𝐭 jumped from his teammates' backs, flying through the air with the help of 𝐸𝐴RICA's quirk. Now, he shouted, and gravity took hold of him, thrusting him toward the ground. The binding cloth shot through the air and wrapped around each of Todoroki's wrists before tightening and pulling 𝐬𝐡𝐭 toward his target at reckless speed. Ack! Todoroki yelled as 𝐬𝐡𝐭 swung into him, the force of the blow almost knocking him to the ground. 𝐬𝐡𝐭 planted his feet onto the arms of 𝐀𝐦 and 𝐍𝐭, 2 of the bottom students of Todoroki's team. They cried out and stumbled, but fortunately for them all, they did not fall. Swiftly, 𝐬𝐡𝐭 untied the headband he was after from Todoroki's neck and held it between his forefinger and thumb, glancing at it momentarily to ensure that it really was the 10 million headband. Todoroki steadied himself and faced 𝐬𝐡𝐭, his eyes widening as he saw the headband the latter waved in his face. Todoroki went to grab it, but the binding cloth around his wrists tightened, forcing his arms to his side. How? He sputtered, the veins in his neck bulging as he strained against the binding cloth to no avail. You won't use your left side, 𝐬𝐡𝐭 muttered, tapping Todoroki's bright red hair. And you can't freeze me from here without hitting your teammates. He shook the headband again and tensed his legs, ready to jump backward. I'll be taking this. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, and his mouth opened in a grimace. Large attacks aren't the only thing I can do, he growled, and ice sprouted from his right hand, traveling up the binding cloth. 𝐬𝐡𝐭, already partway through his jump, simply smirked as he shot backward, traveling toward where his team waited. The binding cloth around Todoroki's left arm unraveled, but the other end, stuck to the boy's arm by the ice placed there, yanked sharply, and Todoroki's mouth opened in shock as he began to fall toward 𝐬𝐡𝐭. No! Todoroki yelled, and his left side ignited into flames. His left arm swung out to catch himself, the heat of the flames melting the ice covering the binding cloth. The strip released him, and Todoroki directed his flames toward the ground, stopping himself from hitting the ground. He fell backward onto the arms of his teammates, having avoided losing any more points. 𝐬𝐡𝐭's eyes widened as a sheet of fire rushed toward him, crackling as if laughing at his stupidity. He barely managed to cross his arms over his face before the flames struck him. Heat passed over him, and the sleeves of his hoodie blacked before flaking away, leaving his skin exposed to the rest of the blast. The stench of smoldering flesh stung 𝐬𝐡𝐭's nose, and he began to drop, having expended all the energy from his jump. Eyes widening, 𝐬𝐡𝐭 stared at his singed skin, already blistering and throbbing painfully. He tried to separate his crossed arms, only to discover they had been fused together by the heat. Agony shot through him, and he gasped at the force of it. I need to catch myself, he thought, but his body didn't move, completely frozen by the shock of the blow. Darkness encircled him, and 𝐬𝐡𝐭 yelped as his feet suddenly found footing on the arms and shoulders of his teammates. Dark shadow retracted back into Tokoyami, and 𝐬𝐡𝐭 realized it had been him to catch him and safely deliver him back to his teammates. Aizu, are you okay? Shinso shouted as he stared at 𝐬𝐡𝐭's arms. My arms are exposed, 𝐬𝐡𝐭 thought, and adrenaline shot through his veins. He yanked his wrists apart, ignoring the overwhelming nausea that stabbed his gut as his flesh ripped from his bones. I got it. He raised the 10 million point headband, glad to see it was still on one piece. The fabric was singed, but the numbers were still clear and visible. He wasn't sure what sort of effect destroying the headband would have on the outcome. I must have protected it with my skin. That's not what I meant, Shinso shot back, anger coating his voice. Let's forfeit. You need to go to recovery, girl. No. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 snapped, his voice distorted through his mask. He straightened, and although his fingers shook wildly, he tied the 10 million point headband around his neck. It's almost over. We did not do all of this for nothing. ― glanced up at the clock, seeing there were only 30 seconds left. His eyebrows lowered, but he nodded. Directing his gaze toward Todoroki's team, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 observed them conversing amongst themselves, although Todoroki stared directly at 𝐬𝐡𝐚, his eyes on the burns he had inflicted. He feels guilty. He doesn't use his fire because he doesn't want to hurt anyone, and now he has. He's even less likely to use it in the future. 𝐬𝐡𝐚's mouth narrowed into a smirk. Definitely worth it. Todoroki abruptly turned and nodded to Ida, who raised his head, his eyes filling with a determined glint that 𝐬𝐡𝐚 could recognize anywhere. ― he said, his voice low, and the boy nodded, his hand raised to adjust the dials on the persona cords. Hey, former first place. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 yelled, and the team faced him, each of their gazes somewhat hostile. ― Ida, right? Brother of Ingenium? 𝐬𝐡𝐚 snorted and motioned to ― with a flick of his fingers. Ingenium must be so proud of his loser brother, ― finished in 𝐬𝐡𝐚's voice, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚's eyes narrowed, leaning forward as if he himself had said the words. Ida gritted his teeth in a fierce frown. I will make my brother proud. I am ―Ida, pro hero in training, and I. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 grinned. No, I don't think you will, he interrupted, shaking his head, almost disappointed with his so-called friend. So predictable, Ida. Freeze, ― commanded, still using 𝐬𝐡𝐚's voice. Ida's eyes suddenly glazed over, and he stopped mid-sentence. A loud bang emanated from his legs, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚 followed the noise with his eyes. Smoke poured out of the engines contained within Ida's legs, but the boy still didn't move, compelled by ―'s quirk. The metal rods turned red, and 𝐬𝐡𝐚 blinked. It seems Ida can do more than he let on, he thought, his lips thinning. I guess he isn't completely hopeless. Ida! Todoroki yelled, his gaze suddenly shooting to his teammate. What are you doing? Ida didn't budge, and the smoke pouring out his engine sputtered, then died. His expression didn't change as the timer rang throughout the stadium, bringing an end to the second event. Only once the last peal of the alarm died away did Ida seem to come back to himself. Blinking, Ida shook his head as if trying to clear it. Well, what happened? He asked, glancing around in confusion. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 jumped off of his teammates' backs, landing softly on the ground. He crossed his arms behind him, watching as Todoroki followed suit, settling in front of 𝐬𝐡𝐚. What was that? His eyes narrowed and then opened wide. That was your quirk, wasn't it? Someone give the man a medal, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 responded, his voice coated with sarcasm. He turned around, shifting his arms to hide them from Todoroki. Making eye contact with ―, he dipped his head. Good work, team. It's lunch time now, so go enjoy yourselves without me. I'm going to go get some bandages. He picked up his backpack with a smooth motion and bowed to his former teammates. His pace quick, he escaped from his companions, hoping no one would think to check on him. He managed to make it to the entrance of the building before someone yelled at him to stop. He wasn't inclined to answer, but a hand grabbed his shoulder and yanked him around, forcing him to confront whoever was chasing him. Todoroki stepped back from 𝐬𝐡𝐚, his lips pursed. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 clasped his arms behind him, somewhat surprised to see him. I didn't expect him to confront me. I thought he was more level-headed than that. Who are you? Todoroki demanded as he crossed his arms across his chest. Why are you wearing a mask? I'm in the support course. We're allowed to bring gear into the festival. It's part of my quirk, 𝐬𝐡𝐚 responded, unsure of why he was asking. Now, if you don't have anything important to say, I need to go. As you know, I'm badly burned. Todoroki's expression softened, and his hands dropped to his sides. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. But you did. 𝐬𝐡𝐚 shrugged. I don't care. I won anyway. His jaw twitched, but the boy simply shook his head. I can take you to Recovery Girl. I'm not going to Recovery Girl. Todoroki blinked. Why? I'm a big fan of battle scars. Turning on his heel, Izuku began to walk away. He moved his arms back to his front, annoyed at the delay. Wait! Todoroki yelled. Once again, Izuku didn't heed his call, but he heard the sound of Todoroki's footsteps rushing after him anyway. Right before Todoroki reached him, Izuku spun around and grabbed Todoroki's wrist, earning a gasp of surprise from the boy. What do you want? He spat. His patience was quickly wearing thin, spurred by the surprising amount of pain his wounds caused. If this gifted twerp doesn't get away from me. His grip tightened, and Todoroki winced. Your arm. Todoroki murmured, staring at Izuku's hand. Following his gaze, Izuku grimaced and released him, stepping backward and concealing both arms behind his back once again. You burned it. Big deal. Those are self-harm scars. Todoroki's lips twitched downward. Do your parents know? Your teachers? That's none of your business. Izuku cursed himself silently. Why did I do a stupid thing like that? Sure, I was supposed to get his attention, but not like this. Todoroki lowered his head, his expression serious. You should tell someone. They can help. A laugh erupted from Izuku's mouth, and he let it continue, not caring how deranged it made him sound. It's not like he'll ever know who I am. I seriously doubt that, he finally replied, his laughter having run its course. Todoroki fell silent for a minute, and Izuku hoped he was finished. I should treat these before they get infected. His fingers twitched, and Izuku frowned at the pain that followed. I might not be able to hold a knife for a while. It's a good thing school doesn't resume for 2 more days. But it seemed the boy wasn't quite through with Izuku. I understand how you feel. My father. Todoroki continued, and Izuku blinked as the boy began to explain his family situation, including his father's quirk marriage and subsequent abuse of his wife, when and why he obtained his scar, and how because of it, his mother was sent to a mental hospital. Izuku's eyes drifted toward the arena, which was completely empty, although the stands were still full and noisy with the chatter of thousands of spectators. The students must have gone inside to eat lunch. His arms began to itch, and he bounced on the balls of his feet as Todoroki blathered on. I really do not care. But can I say that to him? I seek to prove to my father that I don't need his quirk to succeed. But today, I put my position in the competition above your well-being. I am truly sorry. Todoroki bowed, his red and white hair falling over his face. I didn't expect the son of the number 2 hero to be so pathetic. I've been through worse. Izuku said, waving his arm to dismiss Todoroki's apology. I really don't care, so there's no need to explain or apologize. Nonetheless, I am sorry. Todoroki straightened. I promise you, from now on I will never use my left side. No one else will get hurt in the same way you did. That has got to be the dumbest thing I have ever heard. I'll hold you to it, Izuku replied. He began to turn around, but paused halfway, sensing an opportunity. I'm sorry about your family situation. But I'm sure not using your father's quirk is making him really angry. If you really can rise to the top without the flames, that'd be a pretty good revenge. It wouldn't make up for everything, of course, but I'm sure it would make you feel better. Izuku met Todoroki's eyes, who stared at him as if surprised. Keep it up, Todoroki. Nodding one last time, Izuku retreated down the hallway, grateful that Todoroki didn't follow this time. Well. The incomparable Shoto Todoroki has a weakness. Izuku entered the waiting room of the general course and shucked off his mask before sitting down. Sighing heavily, he opened the secret pocket within his backpack to reveal his first aid kit. This is bad. Izuku studied his arms, seeing nothing but red, blistering skin. Not even Toga would find this wound appetizing. At least it's not 3rd degree, Izuku thought as he applied a thin layer of antibiotic cream to the burn. If it was, I might actually require medical attention, and that is unacceptable. Picking up the strip of bandages, he began to wind them around the burns, wincing as he did so. Once finished, he tied off the ends and deposited the remains into his backpack. That's the best I can do for now. I'll have Kurogiri look at it once I get back to base. Izuku, someone called from the entrance of the room. Can I come in? Sure, Izuku responded. Only one person would come here looking for him anyway. 𝐸 entered the room, his purple hair appearing more messy than usual. They were looking for you. Kept asking all kinds of questions. He sat next to Izuku, staring at the bandages wrapped around Izuku's forearms and hands. No signs of the burns peeked out from under the covering, and his lips pursed. What did you tell them? Looking away, Izuku procured his lunchbox from his backpack. He wasn't willing to eat the cafeteria food provided by the school. He couldn't quite explain his distrust, but he could never eat food that wasn't prepared by him. 𝐸 chuckled. I told them I didn't know you. They're all wondering who you are. Not even the announcers know, and some students think that should be against the rules. He scratched his head, one of his eyes squinting. There's also some ruckus about that move you pulled back there. What does Midnight think? Izuku asked, unwrapping his food and taking a bite. As the umpire, Midnight's opinion was the only one that mattered anyway. She's delighted. A rare burst of laughter came from 𝐸's mouth, and he raised his fist to cover his smile. So is Present Mike. This is the most exciting sports festival in years, he yelled, his voice raising as he attempted to mimic the professor. Izuku grimaced and averted his gaze, not entirely sure if he should be looking at 𝐸 as he made a fool out of himself. His hands lowering, 𝐸 grimaced. This is why I need the persona chords. I'm terrible at impressions. 𝐸 shook his head, his grin slowly sliding off his face. But are you okay? And don't just tell me you're fine. But I am fine, Izuku argued. He pointed his fork at 𝐸, flicking specks of food onto his face on accident. I've been through worse. 𝐸 didn't comment, instead wiping his face on his shoulder in a smooth motion. Worse? I can't imagine anything worse than that. 𝐸 slouched against the table, frowning as he muttered, I've never seen anyone more powerful. Even though we stole the 10 million points from him, his team still had enough to qualify. Izuku scratched at the skin on the right side of his face with his fork. Not really. Your quirk is definitely more powerful than his. Only if I can get him to speak. He doesn't seem like the talking sort. Izuku smirked and set down his food, drawing out his silence for a long moment. I know how to help with that. 𝐸 swiveled to stare at him expectantly, not even questioning how Izuku had come by this revelation. Clasping his hands in front of him, Izuku began to explain, you see, he has a weakness. Distant thuds and voices reached Izuku's ears as he pulled a new hoodie over his head and clipped his fake persona cords over his face. Present Mic's voice boomed overhead, informing them that all students should return to the arena right away. Do you think anyone's going to wonder why you aren't using the binding cloth? 𝐸 asked from where he leaned against the door frame outside of the room, allowing Izuku a moment of privacy so he could change. Izuku shook his head as he shoved his knife vest into his backpack. If anyone asks, I'll just tell them they were damaged due to Todoroki's fire. Jerking his hood up over his head, he shrugged. Wearing it would be useless now, as he wasn't supposed to know how to use the binding cloth, and 𝐸 wouldn't be able to manipulate the weapon for him anymore. That's not how it works. 𝐸 pushed off from the wall and joined Izuku as he strode down the hall. They don't know that. Hey, Midoriya. 𝐸 stopped, his eyes lowering to stare at the floor before meeting Izuku's. You probably know that the last round of the sports festival is always a one-on-one battle. Izuku nodded. He could guess where this was going, but he allowed 𝐸 to finish his thought anyway. If we are paired together. I know you want me to win, but I also know that you're a good fighter. He ran his fingers through his hair, his lips pursing. Don't go easy on me, okay? If I win because you threw the match, it won't mean anything. If I fought you for real, you'd end up dead. Of course. Izuku smiled and slapped 𝑠hinso on the back, startling him. I'll try my best, as long as you do too. 𝑠hinso nodded, his lips thinning into what Izuku thought might be a smile. Go ahead. Izuku motioned for 𝑠hinso to precede him, and he complied, entering the arena with the rest of the students. Izuku watched him for a couple minutes, his eyes unfocused. Present Mick's voice came over the speakers once again, announcing the recreational games they could all take part in before the final event. Izuku shook his head and entered the arena while Midnight introduced the final trial, a tournament of duels. In the end, only one winner would emerge. Their opponents would be decided randomly, and Izuku directed his eyes to the screen, somewhat surprised to see his name listed as Masked Mystery. These heroes and their obsession with cliché names, Izuku scoffed and turned to stare at 𝑠hinso, who returned his gaze, his lips thinning. According to the screen, they would be the first to battle. The other students dispersed to either join the recreational games or meet with their upcoming opponent. Izuku strode toward 𝑠hinso, tilting his head. The purple-haired boy opened his mouth to speak, but Izuku beat him to it. It's not that I don't trust you, but you won't use your brainwashing on me before the match, right? He asked, a smile lightening his voice. 𝑠hinso grinned, his straight teeth baring in a rather disturbing manner. Of course not. I'll save that for the match. You do know that's not going to work, right? He can't use his brainwashing yet anyway, if he wants to win. I can still try. 𝑠hinso shrugged. What are you going to do now? Are you going to join the recreational games? Oh, no, I have no interest in that. 𝑠hinso's answering grin sent a chill down Izuku's spine as they both recognized he very well could have brainwashed Izuku in that moment. Stop it, Izuku muttered. This is why people think you're a villain, you know. I didn't do anything. 𝑠hinso raised his hands, but a chuckle emerged from his throat. Izuku ignored him and faced the leaderboard, his eyes narrowed. Once 𝑠hinso won against Izuku, he would face Todoroki, a battle which could go horribly wrong. With an arena of people watching, there was no way for Izuku to rig the match in 𝑠hinso's favor. Izuku examined 𝑠hinso, whose purple eyes were fixed on the girls of Class 1A, who, for some reason, were wearing UA cheering outfits. It's all up to him. Let's hope he can pull it off.